O ihr narische Zionisten, mit eier narischen Seichel, ihr mögt doch gehen zu dem Arbeiter und lernen bei ihm Seichel. Ihr mögt doch gehen zu dem Arbeiter und lernen bei ihm Seichel. Ihr wollt uns führen kann Jerusalem, wir sollen dort Goldaien, wir wollen besser sein in Russland, wir wollen sich befreien, wir wollen besser sein in Russland, wir wollen sich befreien. Oh, you foolish little Zionists, with your utopian mentality, you'd better go down to the factory and learn the workers' reality. You'd better go down to the factory and learn the workers' reality. You want to take us to Jerusalem so we can die as a nation. We'd rather stay in the diaspora and fight for our liberation. We'd rather stay in the diaspora and work for our liberation.
Глупенькие сионисты, вы такие утописты, вы бы лучше шли в рабочие или в трубочисты, вы бы лучше шли в рабочие или в трубочисты. В Иерушалаим идти за вами не желаем, мы в России останемся бороться с Николаем, мы в России не останемся бороться с Николаем.
Wir wollen besser sein in Russland, wir wollen sich befreien.
Yeah. Wallahi, it ain't girls like you out here in the West. I know I've been away, but I'm coming back home. No need to stress, baby. All I know is to be Palestinian is to always rep where you come from. Except when you're in line at the customs. Told her she can meet me up in London. She let me cause I came from Gaza with love. But I feel like it's always from Gaza with love. If they had it their way, we would never go back. From Gaza with love, baby. فلسطين أحسن ساي وبنت بلادي عجباني فضلكم احكوا مش سامع. Continuez à parler, on vous entend pas. 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 Somebody tell Bella Hadid, let's change out to Abdul Hamid. Now I mean to come off too strong, بس الأصل فلاحي, I'm planting the seeds. Yeah, I need, I could get you what you need, but I hate it when the texts go green. Do you miss me or did you leave, baby? Came from Gaza with love, but I feel like it's always from Gaza with love. If they had it their way, we would never go back. From Gaza with love, baby. فلسطين أحسن ساي وبنت بلادي عجباني فضلكم احكوا مش سامع. Continuez à parler, on vous entend pas. 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 Continuez à parler, on vous entend pas.
Stamattina mi sono alzato, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Stamattina mi sono alzato e ho trovato l'invaso. Oh partigiano, portami via, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Partigiano, portami via, che mi sento di morire. E se io muoio da partigiano, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. E se muoio da partigiano, tu mi devi seppellire. E seppellire lassù in montagna, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Seppellire lassù in montagna, sotto l'ombra di un bel fior. Tutte le genti che passeranno, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. E le genti che passeranno ti diranno che bel fior. E questo è il fiore del partigiano, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Questo è il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà. Questo è il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà.
Oh look, we're back with the same old track, but a different cunt.
It's Rishi Sunak.
Rishi Sunak is a rap.
Hello, chat. How are you doing? Welcome in. A bit of a late start today, just because I was on a date. But it's okay. The date was unfortunately not quite well versed in what polyamory meant, so it wasn't a waste of time. It's never a waste of time. It's never a waste of time. Going and meeting someone, it's always fun. It's always like a good time. It's always, I think, a good thing to do. Especially, you know, if they don't know what polyamory is, then it's just like, oh, okay. You know, you could explain it to them, and then you've informed someone, and then they're better informed for when they come across it in the future. And she wasn't horrible about it, which was the main thing. She was just kind of like, oh, okay. You know, this is what you're like, and this is what you do. You know, I'm not going to judge you for it, so whatever. So anyway, a bit late because of that, but I'm here now, and I am just eating my dinner, so you'll have to forgive me. I'm going to be munching on that as the stream goes on. But it's good to see everyone. I hope you're doing all good. Catgirl Steph, how's it going? Queen Pib, how are you doing? Everybody, please go follow Queen Pib. She's amazing. One of the best streamers on this here, twitch.tv. We also got Pat Potato. Hi, Pat Potato. How are you? B-Rat, what's going on? President of England Mule. Yeah, that's right. Chairman Mule. Yeah, as we discussed in the Red Planet chat last night. Just sitting down to a nice chickpea and rice curry. B-Rat, that's actually what me and my partner had this weekend, because it was our 2-year anniversary. She was going to make a curry, but she forgot the curry paste. So I thought, what a fantastic way to celebrate our union, yeah, our union of 2 years, by me bringing my culinary expertise to her dish. So we combined, and so we had the chickpeas, we had the aubergines, we had the peppers, the peas, all this stuff, the rice, the naan bread. And so what we did is I got all the spices that I had in my cupboard and basically made, like, you know, from scratch. We had cumin seeds, black cardamom pods, cinnamon sticks, some garam masala, some cumin, some turmeric, some coriander powder. Mixed it all in, and it was amazing. Really, really nice. We had that with some hummus from a place called Go Falafel. And then also, the naan breads. Yeah, it was really nice. It was really, really good. And then we went out and we went to the same place that we met. So we went to, like, the night that we met, when we went on our, like, first Hinge date, we went to, like, 3 places. So we went to those places. One of the places we were like, it's too loud in here. We can't even talk to each other. This is fucking bullshit. So we just had a quick lemonade and then left. And then obviously, like, we don't actually, like, drink that much either of us personally nowadays. So yeah, we weren't drinking too much either. And we'd already met her dad earlier in the day, who bought us some drinks to sort of say hi and say congratulations and stuff. So we were already, like, boozed out. Then we went to, like, the last place and we were like, oh yeah, we're gonna get like a nice bit of pizza here because they do late night pizza, and it will be nice to like chill out and just have a bit of pizza and relax. But they stopped doing pizzas, so it was like, oh, okay, let's just go home. So we just went home and hung out with the cat. So yeah, pretty exciting, but also pretty chilled out 2-year anniversary celebration. Zadaz, hi, welcome in, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Just ate a lentil and rice curry, very nice. Yeah, lentils are fucking supreme, top tier, god tier food. Chickpeas as well. I got some chickpeas to make my own hummus as well this week. I'm very excited to do that. I might actually do that later because tonight I'm going to be making a big chili. I like to make a big chili like once every week because I'm going to be getting back in the gym tomorrow because finally everything's sort of like settled down. I'm feeling a lot better, as I explained last week, from my big hiatus, my big illness and all that kind of stuff. So I'm finally ready to go back into the gym properly. And so I'm ready to start bodybuilding again. I'm very, very excited to do so. It's been a long time coming. So yeah, I'm going to be making me big chili later. Speaking of big chili, I got a bunch of content for us to watch. Obviously, I got the Gaza updates. We're going to be talking about Gaza. We're going to be talking about what's going on in Palestine, what's going on in the West Bank, what's going on, you know, with the prisoner exchange and stuff like that. I got some cool Democracy Now! Videos for us to watch and digest and talk about and discuss together. Then after that, we're going to be watching some sort of like Gaza, you know, sort of like propaganda stuff in terms of like not necessarily propaganda from Gaza itself, but sort of like talking about Israel losing the propaganda war. Stuff about Gary Lineker in this country, in the UK. Gary Lineker, old footballer, used to play football for England. Also like managed England. Now he's like a football pundit. Talks to, you know, working class football supporters all the time. So he's a very important voice for working class people to listen to understand like politics and stuff. He's been a very vocal, like left wing, like anti-fascist kind of guy. Which is really cool. So we're going to listen to what he said about the situation and how he's now being smeared by the mainstream media. And then, chat, we're going to be looking at some Gooning content. And I'm not going to explain that any further until we get there. So there you go. And then if we get through all that and we've still got some more time, then I've got an extremely funny cooking show that I found just on a random when I was sat in bed with my partner. We just like found this like really absurd like Japanese cooking show that's been dubbed over, and it's just really weird. The dub is like super weird, but also the concepts of it in general is like super interesting and fun. So we're gonna watch a bunch of that, see what we think of it, see if it's funny to watch. Yeah, should be very, very interesting to check that out. But that's if we have time anyway. So you never know, we might not get round to that. But welcome in. We got some new people coming in. Sorry, not new people. We got some more people coming in. Welcome in, Porcelain Giant. Welcome in, Middle Earth Marxist. I hope you all had a great weekend. How was everybody's weekend? What's going on? Tell me stuff. I'm still going through my dinner here a little bit, so talk to me. What's going on? Tell me about your weekend, what you've been up to, what games you've been playing, what food you've been eating, what tea you've been drinking. I'm also going to be doing, you remember the mix that I spoke about last week? The Rubicon and Vimto mix? Going to be doing that live on stream today. So you're going to be able to watch it in fashion. In fashion? That doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? You got a resin printer. Amazing. So like, so this is like the same stuff that they would put in like when they do these like statuette things and like they put them in like a tank and then they pour resin in and then you take it out and it's like its own little thing. Very nice. Hey Adrenaline, how you doing? Hello DJ Mule, big pro-Palestinian rally here on Saturday. That could be literally anywhere in the world, but that's great. Led by children, so super cute, but also incredibly heartbreaking. Yeah, it is. When even kids can see what's going on. Very heartbreaking, but also very, like, good, because it just goes to show that, like, you know, we're on the right side. You know, if kids are seeing this shit and they're going like, yeah, this is incredibly fucked up, then you know you're on the right side, you know. Light curing, very interesting. Oh, that sounds really good. Yorkshire teas, jam on toast tea. So the actual flavor, jam on toast, is it nice? I'm on Yorkshire tea myself, actually. Not flavored, just regular. Also, just being a theory nerd and getting a reading plan in order for the next, like, 5 months. What are you planning on reading? What are you planning on reading? I'm always interested to hear what you're reading. You always read a bunch of stuff. It's surprisingly nice. If it works for you, that rocks. Happy for you. Developments with Tom. Tom now is very consistently every day after his breakfast, he will sit next to me on the couch while I'm having my coffee, purring away, doing a little stroke. If you're not in the Discord, you will have missed out, but if you are in the Discord, you could go ahead and check it out. In the Animal Cuties thing under cool stuff. Here he is. It's me and the boy. Look. There he is. He'll just sit there like that. There's me, just to prove that that's my cat. So, like, yeah, he'll sit there and he, like, really loves the scratch under the chin. Also really loves that one. You know, when you do that one with cats, they love that shit. What's the other one he likes? He likes it, like, now he knows that, like, if he, like, puts his feet up to try and give himself a scratch, I can scratch it for him. And when I was scratching it for him today, he was like, oh, yeah, I fucking love that. You know, he was, like, putting his head right up there on my hand. Yeah, it was really, really cute. And yeah, now he just kind of, like, when I like get home from wherever, if I'm just, like, out somewhere, he'll be, like, sat there waiting for me, just, like, sat by the door, very patient, very distinguished gentleman. And then as soon as I come in, he's just, like, meowing away and stuff. It's really cute. It's really, really, really cute. And I figured out a way. You can actually see it in the picture, actually. So that little smudge on his nose is not normally there. Unfortunately, that's a bit of shit. Because obviously, you know, cats, they clean themselves when they've had a poo. They're going to, like, lick their own arsehole, and he's got shit on his nose. Unfortunately, that's just, like, a thing that happens. So I got some of them tubes of stuff to, like, feed him with. So what I did was I, like, got that, and I got him on the couch, and I was, like, wiping his nose as he's, like, licking it, because he fucking, like, he's just obsessed with it. He goes fucking crazy for it, and he's there, like, licking away. So I'm, like, cleaning his nose as best as I can, so I managed to, like, clean that off. Because I don't want him to get sick. Do you know what I mean? He's walking around with poo on his nose. He might get a disease or something, you know? So, like, it might get, like, kitty pink eye or something. So I don't want that for him, so got rid of that for him. Got to finish Caliban and the Witch. Then I'm doing Black Marxism. Then Women, Race and Class. Probably do Das Kapital around New Year. Mostly Marxist critique stuff. After that, tackling more anarchist books. Aside from just random tangents I go off on all the time. That sounds fucking great, B-Rat. Yeah, happy for you. I got this. What I'm eating, by the way, in case you're interested. I got this stuff from Aldi. It's like these little packets of pasta. They're like tomato and basil. It's all vegan. And they cost literally a pound, like 99p. You get 2 of them, and it's like a decent amount of pasta. And you just have to put them in the microwave for like a minute each. It's actually so good. I know it's crap. I know, like, in there it's just like garbage and preservatives and all that. But if you pour and you're in a bit of a fix, it's actually really fucking good just to have like a bunch of them in the cupboard, you know. So I've been eating a couple of those recently. Really fucking good. Really fucking good. Yeah, they got those there. Yeah. Buzzing. Hey, Morgan, how's it going? Good to see you. Very handy if you need a quick meal. Yeah, very handy. Catgirl Steph says, I also ordered some honey, vanilla, and chamomile herbal tea bags. Those sound fucking amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh, shit. Mega Christian Fundamentalist Dorks Destiny Church decided to hold a rally for Israel on the same day Justice for Palestine was going to confront the new government. Not looking good. Extremely cooked group known to get violent. So what's that? Where's that? In, like, Wellington or something? You're in Wellington, right, Middle-earth Marxist? I eat like crap anyways. Yeah, you know, this... it happens. You know, like, everybody people who used to be here like five months ago, yeah, will know that I was like on point with the diet. Like I was drinking fucking 4 liters of water a day, you know, eating the right amount of protein, going to the gym and yeah, but I fell out of that, you know, because I got sick and we live under capitalism, so I didn't get sick pay because I'm a self-employed guy and... Luckily, I have my beautiful community who did not mind me doing very low energy streams where I just played terrible video games, and you all sorted me out, kept me going through that fucking time. So, you know, but still, I had to really, like, you know, not be able to eat the stuff that I used to eat, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's in Wellington. Oh shit, Middle-earth Marxists. That sounds fucking well shit. Well, I hope they have a shit turnout. I mean, they did in the UK here. They did the quote unquote march against anti-Semitism, in which there were Zionist Jews calling other Jews who turned up to say, actually, Zionism is bad and shit, and this is nothing to do with anti-Semitism. They were calling them Judenrat, and the Judenrat were Jews who were employed by the SS or the Wehrmacht or whatever organization in Nazi Germany to, like, you know, maintain, I think, relations from within concentration camps. So just layers and layers and layers of, like, wrongness in there. But I think the actual term Judenrat was it was given to them by Nazis. Like the Nazis called them the Judenrat. So, you know, absolutely insane. And I think that march against anti-Semitism, the mainstream media is going to be blowing up the numbers here. Tens of thousands, says Associated Press. 50 march against anti-Semitism draws 50,000 in London. Tens of thousands. Yeah, that's what they were calling him, Irish Lily. Yeah, calling him traitor Jews. Also, welcome to the stream. How you doing? What's going on? So, some people are saying 60,000 people. So the numbers are, you know. Oh, here we go. Times of Israel. Times of Israel. 100,000 march against anti-Semitism in London. It's pitiful. It's pitiful when you learn as well that there were, you know, I'll just show you this. I'll just show you this, like the misinformation, the lack of consistent information, and of course, if we're saying, like, so Reuters says 50,000. And then alongside that, Associated Press, tens of thousands. We could probably say that's probably about somewhere in between 20 to 50,000 people probably. But organizers estimated 100,000, you know? And we know it's not going to be 100,000. It's not going to be anywhere near there. Sky News are inflating the figures. Thousands. Like, even Sky News is saying thousands. take to the streets in London. And what you have to remember is that, like, the people who support Zionism are people who, like, fundamentally do not experience, you know, like, awful material conditions. So we're talking, like, petty bourgeoisie people. You know, Zionism is fascism, right? So you're going to overwhelmingly have the same amount of, the same kind of material conditions that inspire fascism. So that would be small to medium-sized business owners, some working class people who are just not politically educated, and then you're also going to have fascists who definitely don't like Jews, right? Whether they're Zionists or not, using it as an opportunity to, like, hate the wrong kind of Jew, yeah? So it's that kind of stuff. And as well, a lot of the people were given money to go there. You know, they paid people to go there. They paid people, I think, like £200 or £250, sort of like compensation. Like, you know, we're getting numbers of 700,000 approximately marching pro-Palestinian from all over the country, and they're coming on coaches. You know, they're not getting trains. They're coming on coaches that might cost like £10 a ticket. They're not getting money to go there. There's no massive organizations to, like, help them down there and sit like that, you know? And all they can really get is somewhere in between 50,000 and maybe 20,000, you know, even though they've paid people. Is the film Grey Zone about the Jewish traitors? Lady Knight the Brave talked about it in one of her videos. I don't know. I don't know that content creator that you're talking about. So yeah, sorry, don't know about that. Well, they do talk about the pro-Palestine protests. But what they talk about is how there's less people than were actually there. How there was violence and stuff like that. Right? So here's the thing. Going down and marching with the March Against Anti-Semitism not only is, you know, you can forgive some people for not quite understanding that Zionism is as bad as it is. Because the brainwashing, the propaganda, you know, material conditions, making people feel like, etc., etc. But when you're marching alongside Tommy Robinson, yeah, you gotta ask yourself, actually, am I really marching against anti-Semitism, or am I just marching with fascists? Do you know what I mean? So, there you go. That's the real scary part about Destiny Church. They have an actual mechanism in place for massive turnouts of their protests. Like I said, a mega church that's more of a cult. Yeah. This is it. You know, if organizations that have money are gonna give people money to go and you know, do a political action for you know, their cause, whatever it is, then you know that there's actually no teeth to the movement. Because how much money are they going to be able to shell out? Pro-Palestine protests are going to keep going. There's a momentum here that's popping off. Do you know what I mean? But are you going to be able to, you know, keep that going for something like pro-Zionism, when actually, like, when you think about it, like, you don't really need to protest for Zionism, because Zionism is happening. It's happening. It's fully funded. It's got the support of the state, etc. Like, you know, what's actually the movement that you're supporting here? You know, and then more and more people saying to you, you're supporting genocide, and they're going, no, there's only so much of that they can do. No, we're not. There's only so much of that you can do. But yeah, Tommy Robinson was there, and Tommy Robinson was, you know, was arrested. I'm trying to find like a decent video for this. Excuse me. YouTube. Tommy Robinson. March Against Anti... Oh, anti-Semitism. Oh. Okay, back in a tick. Sorry about that. Okay. Toronto police raided homes of protesters who vandalized, in quotes, a Chapters bookstore. Terrorized families and, of course, went to at least one incorrect address. Getting more and more fashy here in Canada. So what's the Chapters bookstore? What's that about? Like, why did they do? Why did the fash do that? Anyway.
You and I were both on that.
Let's watch this real quick, because this is like a 6-minute bit from we're gonna get into the stream now, by the way. This is what we're doing. We're gonna watch this. This is a quick Talk TV. So if you don't know what Talk TV is, if you're not familiar with British press, Talk TV is like the very sort of like extreme right wing, dressed up as liberal. You know, they have it like it looks like it's a proper show, but it's not. And so Julia Hartley Brewer, you might recognize her name from Twitter. She's a massive fucking turf. Yeah. And she's speaking here with someone, I don't know who this is, but he looks like he went to Oxford. He's never worked a day in his life. And this is about Tommy Robinson getting arrested. The CEO is a Zionist, but also Jewish, so it's being positioned as anti-Semitic. Toronto location is the flagship of the company. Oh, so they didn't actually vandalize the store, or they did. I'm gonna need more information about this before I can. It's quite. You're not quite like giving me everything that I need to hear, because from what you said at the first point, it sounded like they were like it was like an anti-queer thing or something. You know, I'm gonna need a bit more info from that. But anyway, here we go.
You and I were both on that march yesterday. Very happy to stand in solidarity with fellow citizens to call against the horrific rise of anti-Semitism we've seen in this country in the wake of the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack.
The horrific rise of anti-Semitism being people not being horrifically racist to brown people. That's what they're saying anti-Semitism is there. Oh, protesters put up anti-Zionist posters and threw red paint on the windows. So the cops were being a piece of shit to the families. I get it now. Sorry, that's my bad. No, it's okay. It's all right. Don't worry. Yeah, I got it. Okay, yeah. Hey, Googie Ham, how's it going? Hello, all. Funny story. I used to know someone called Tommy Robinson. He was all right. Suppose that story wasn't funny, really, but his name wasn't secretly Stephen Christopher Yaxley Lennon. Yeah, that is Tommy Robinson's actual name, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know why there would be an attacks on Jews as a result of a terrorist attack on Jews.
And by the way, there aren't. There are like definitely real anti-Semitic attacks that like happen historically and consistently in this country. But again, you know, which ones are you talking about, Julia? Which ones are you talking about? It'd be good if you could name some, right? Because we can measurably and provably discuss the real attacks against Muslim people, Palestinians in particular. So the 3 men who were shot in Vermont, the 3, well, they were students. I mean, they were barely men. And then the 6-year-old child that was stabbed repeatedly, and his mother, who was also stabbed because of the crime of being Palestinian. So, you know, if we're going to start a story with some kind of, you know, this is responsible journalism. It's responsible journalism, isn't it, folks? Like we gotta, if we're gonna start with a story, we gotta talk about the story in some depth, at least the contents of the story. You know, if we're going to say there's been a horrific rise in anti-Semitism, okay, yeah, describe that. Describe the horrific rise in anti-Semitism. And the reason that they can't is because what they would say is people waving Palestinian flags, which is, of course, not anti-Semitic, it's liberation. Reminds me of GB News, but more professional, obviously. Funny story. I believe this Talk TV program has some of the same funders as GB News. They had to change their stick because it was becoming too obvious that GB News was a big fashy thing that was going on. So now they got their money in this. Hey Prince, what's going on? Welcome in. Yeah, got to frame that narrative. That's right. Anyway, listen, we're jumping into the politics section, folks. So put on those hazmats. Hazard suits. What do they call it? Hazmat suits. What is it called? What's that emote called? There we go. CV hazmat. Let's see those CV hazmats in the chat. Get them on. Okay. So let's see what else we got.
But that's the strange time we live in, Sam.
Oh, that's the strange time we live in. You know that the reason that she's saying this is because every time they come on this fucking program, they're like discussing like transgender people. And so like the way that they're framing this has already been framed. Oh, you can't call a woman a woman anymore because of the woke. It's the woke. You know, and that's how it's being framed here. Like, strange times we live in when people are being anti-Semitic because someone attacked Jewish people, so it's anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up.
What do you make of Tommy Robinson in particular being at that march and all of the politicians who weren't there? I have spoken.
This is a great start. What do you think of Tommy Robinson being at that march and all the politicians who weren't at the march? You know, it's like, where are you going with this? Are you saying that this like historically fascist man is like, you know, someone to be applauded for being there? Oh, thank God Tommy Robinson was there because, you know, Rishi Sunak wasn't he? He wasn't there. You know. Hey, Just Johnny, how's it going? Welcome in.
To Boris Johnson, who was on the march with his wife. There were various other politicians, mostly Jewish politicians, by the way. I didn't see anyone, you know, from the front bench of either party there. I didn't see, you know, Home Secretary, the Prime Minister, the leader of the Labour Party. What do you make of...
There he is, he's getting arrested.
...of them not being there, but the likes of Tommy Robinson being there and getting arrested?
Yeah, well, I listened to the speech from Robert Jenrick, who was representing the government, Minister of State for Immigration. He spoke fantastically, brilliant speech, and I've heard him on this issue before, and it's no doubt one he cares about. But I did have to question, where was the Foreign Secretary? Where was the Home Secretary? And where was the Prime Minister? Frankly, he tweeted about it, but this was the single biggest gathering against anti-Semitism in this country since 1937, when this country stood firmly against Sir Oswald Mosley leading the British Union of Fascists. And instead, who did we see turning up? Not a fascist, but is a person who I don't have much time or truck for at all, Tommy Robinson. Now,
like, you know what I mean? How are they spinning this? What is it? What's going on?
I think Tommy Robinson was probably just about treated unfairly by that protest, by the police at that protest.
Well, let's explain what happened to people at Casey. Tommy Robinson had informed the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, or certainly they were made aware that he was going to attend this march. He has been speaking out about, anti-Semitism. The concern has been that, well, A, it's always about Tommy Robinson when Tommy Robinson's there, and as we'll see, as what's happened, and B, the Campaign for Anti-Semitism, basically, they don't want somebody who also speaks out very negatively, very, I would say, racistly about Muslims.
Damn, I wonder why that would be. Whoa, it's not like they have to, like, pretend that they're actually not extremely violent against Muslims, is it? They're not extremely violent against Chazans. They're not extremely violent against, anyone who's not white, right? The captions went and now they're back? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Thinly veiled attempt at pushing the right narrative, according to the Tories and the leading powers. Well, we were discussing this on Red Planet last night. The Tories have done this thing where they've whipped up a far-right support base, right? They've whipped up a far-right section of the electorate who will support them because they're doing things like saying that, they're going to deport people to Rwanda, they're going to fight the small boats, a woman is a woman, like all these, fashy ideas that they're like, dog whistling to people. But we can't go too far though. We can't have like the Sikh Island Nazis out there. Like, no, you got to tone it down. Tommy Robinson, you can't be there just by virtue of being Tommy Robinson. Funnily enough, if Tommy Robinson actually started going by his actual name, Stephen Christopher Yaxley Lennon, Waxy Lemon, he would probably be more accepted in it because that is like a middle class sounding name. Maybe if he wore like a man bun instead, reformed Tommy Robinson. The secret hipster NFT Nazi, not the card carrying British Union of Fascist Nazi. So anyway, yeah. Welcome Rohamild, hi Riff Cleus, welcome in, good to see you all. Have to keep it vague, gotta keep it vague. It's so weird that we have all these anti-Islam people that are pro-Israel protests. Yeah, is it though? Yeah, exactly.
And I've got many issues with many religions and many of the teachings.
Wait, hang on a minute. The headline here says arrested and tear gassed. Yeah, nah, I don't think he was tear gassed, man. I think he was pepper sprayed, which is very funny. But like, let's be real. Like, as soon as something happens to Tommy Robinson, it's like he was gassed. He was tear gassed. Like going crazy about it. It was against the Geneva Convention, right? And yeah, I just mentioned that Irish. So yeah, it's vile, absolutely vile. Anyway.
Islam and Islamic radical ideology.
Crying is not the same as being tear gassed, yeah.
But it is my view, from what I've seen and heard and read of what Tommy Robinson says, that his views way cross that line. So the Campaign for Anti-Semitism told the police they don't want him there. He left a cafe we'd been having breakfast to join the march. He was immediately arrested, pepper sprayed, and the like, and mob handled out of there by numerous numbers of police officers. He hadn't, as far as I'm aware, broken any law. Now, given that we had all these people who were on pro-Palestinian marches over every Saturday for the last few weeks, but also at sort of side marches, the Hizb ut-Tahrir, they're a terrorist sort of supporting organisation. They are.
Whoa. What are you talking about? All these people who were on pro-Palestinian marches
over every Saturday for the last few weeks, but also at sort of side marches, the Hizb ut-Tahrir, they're a terrorist organisation.
The Hizb ut-Tahrir. What the fuck did she say? Hang on a minute. What?
Who were on pro-Palestinian marches over every Saturday for the last few weeks, but also at sort of side marches, the Hizb ut-Tahrir.
What's she saying there, chat? What am I not getting there? The Hizbuts. Was it meant to be Hezbollah? What is she saying? She mixed all the terrorist names together. She just said something that she thinks sounds terrorist. What is she on about? What is she talking about?
They're a terrorist sort of supporting organisation.
Who? You didn't say a real name.
They're prescribed in pretty much every.
Wait, Hizbut Tahrir, is that actually like Hizbut? Hang on, Hizbut Tahrir. Okay, so that's what she's saying. Hizbut Tahrir is an international pan-Islam. Okay, we're learning, chat. Thank you very much, Googie. Let's have a little look here. Party of Liberation, international pan-Islamist and Islamic fundamentalist political organization whose stated aim is the re-establishment of the Islamic Caliphate to unite the Muslim community called Ummah and implement Sharia globally. Party was founded in 1953, political organization, Jordanian-controlled Jerusalem by Taqi Eldin al-Nabani, Islamic scholar from Haifa, educated in Egypt, served as a Qadi in mandatory Palestine. Yeah, okay. So, like, have there been any of these at the... at Palestinian rallies, or is Julia Hartley-Brewer just talking fucking shit? Right?
The Arab country in the world in most.
You know, I've been on multiple pro-Palestine marches since the genocide in Gaza started happening, and I've not seen one flag that looked remotely like that. Like, they have like a black flag similar to ISIS. It's not the ISIS flag, but it's got like the Islamic calligraphy, like white on black. It would be very obvious what that is. But, like, you know, I've also been on pro-Palestinian marches where we have a massive fucking banner that says Queers for Palestine. So any sort of organization that was, like, against queer people, like I assume Hizbut al-Tahrir probably are, I'm sure we would have had some kind of a confrontation with them. And that's never happened. So... honest to think they're going to go hard and heavy with the arrests at the next march, and then they'll claim how violent and dangerous the pro-Palestine marches are. I don't think so. I don't think so, dude, because here's the thing. When Sophie was down in London, well, Sophie lives in London. When Sophie was on marches this Saturday, pro-Palestinian march, she texted me and she said, I've just seen a cop with Greater Manchester Police on his thingy, on his badge. Yeah. Now, what does that tell you, chat? You're telling me that the Metropolitan Police doesn't have the numbers to police a pro-Palestine protest, so they're getting in cops from all over the country to come and deal with this? Sounds to me like the very left-wing policy that the Tories are engaging in, also known as defunding the police, is not serving them quite well. That's what I would say. Here we go.
European countries, but bizarrely not here. And people with the most outrageous flags and banners, chants and the like, they've not been arrested, but...
They have. Yeah, you see, what you're doing there, Julia Hartley-Brewer, is you are fundamentally telling a lie. People at pro-Palestinian marches have absolutely been arrested for having a sign that says a thing that is being interpreted by the police as some kind of anti-Semitic slogan. Listen, let's be real. There was definitely that actually like genuinely anti-Semitic one that was pretty bad. It was like a Star of David with no flag on it that just had like a swastika next to it. And it's like, yeah, no, you don't want to be putting swastikas on stuff, man. Come on. Like, just in general, like, this is like a very like anti-fascist thing. Tim was telling me about this in the Red Planet chat before the stream. He was saying that, like, yeah, you know, like if you're gonna put like a fucking you know, a swastika on a thing, even if it's like a swastika getting smashed or something like that from a, you know, a quite a distance, it's just gonna look like a swastika. So it's not great, you know. So there's that. But let's be real. People have been getting arrested for having signs that say Rishi Sunak is doing genocide. People have been arrested for having signs in Arabic just because the police don't understand what they say. And when, like, actually translated, just is from the river to the sea, or Palestine will be free, or free Gaza, or something like this. So what Julia Hartley-Brewer is doing here is she's fully lying, right? She's absolutely fucking lying. They have an extremely small group active in Birmingham. Most people are in affiliated groups in the FATA, Federal Administered Tribal Area, Pakistan, near the Afghan border. Doing homework while ADHD said, I thought Tories were right-leaning. They want to defund the police. Yeah, so first time that you're here, I do engage in sarcasm quite a bit. The Tories are, of course, a fascist, imperialist, colonialist government, but they are defunding the police as part of their austerity measures to cut public services in order to get more money for them and all their cronyism-loving piece of shit bastards who get awarded contracts for doing work, etc., etc., etc. Yeah? So we are in quite a unique position in the UK at the moment in terms of revolutionary potential. If we were to have a working class uprising tomorrow, you better believe the police would not be able to handle it. The police wouldn't be able to handle it if it was in America. I'm being fully serious here. They wouldn't be able to handle it if it was in America. But in the UK, no chance. No chance. They'd have to bring the army in. So that's that. They're neoliberalisming so hard it's eroding the police. Yeah, literally, yeah. Oh yeah, of course it's the opposite in the USA. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Yeah. No problem. Welcome to the stream doing homework. Yeah, it's good to see you. So Julia Harley Brewer just lying here.
Tommy Robinson was. Is this just the classic example of the police just having one rule for one group of people and one rule for another?
But remember, Julia, the police have no powers, Sir Mark Rowley says. No powers to step in until very specific circumstances.
So you see what's happening here, chat? Right? This is why there's absolutely no point in trying to engage in debate with right-wingers, right? Because the conversation is framed already in a completely different false consciousness. So it's impossible to engage them in a good faith debate, right? Because if you started to say to this person here, pro-Palestinian, protesters have been arrested for just having signs that are like fairly innocent, at least from a neoliberal capitalist point of view, and you're saying that they're not. That's just an outright lie, and then this guy will turn around and be like, no, because they keep saying that the police have no powers to do anything about the protest. You're wrong. This liberal lefty is living in cloud cuckoo land. All this kind of stuff. There's no point. No point. The only, good way to debunk a fascist is to do it like how I'm doing it now. And I'm not, blowing smoke up my own arse. It's just, you have to be able to make them shut the fuck up, break down what they're saying, yeah, and then continue, like we're going to do now. Welcome in, Husker. How you doing?
Have been met only when it's someone that
Just Johnny.
Also, whoop 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 whoop, celebrating the escaping the overdraft by helping Tom and his owner.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tom. Johnny, thank you so much for the £30. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Really, really, really appreciate that, dude. I would like to say, however, that I don't like... Thank you for the follow. I don't like being considered Tom's owner. I wouldn't like to say I own him, like I rescued him, and I'm helping care for him. I don't know what you call that. Kira knows what that shit's about. I live with an animal, innit? I live with an animal. Yeah, he's my flatmate that doesn't pay any fucking rent. So chat's got to pay Tom's share of rent. So there you go. Israel is most definitely a fascist state, but comparing it to Nazis is problematic for a lot of reasons that should be obvious. No, I disagree wholeheartedly because they are doing a lot of things that the Nazis did. No, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I don't think it's problematic to say that Israel is using the same language as Nazis. I don't think it's problematic to say that Israel has ghettoized the people of Gaza in the same way that the Warsaw Ghetto was done. I feel no problematization of that because Zionists are not Jews, right? They are Jewish, but they do not prescribe to the tenets of Judaism. Husker will explain, if he's got time to educate people in the chat. But Israel is not a Jewish endeavor; it's a Zionist endeavor. And Zionism is the same as Nazism in the terms of we are the supreme race ethnically, there's one rule for Jews, there's one rule for Arabs in different courts. Do you know what I mean? They go to a different court system. Yeah, I would. The thing is that here's the thing, Morgan. Like, I'm not like, if anyone like thinks about this, I'm not like gonna get mad at you and like exclude you from the chat or anything like this, because here's the thing: the propaganda is so strong. It's so strong. But what you have to remember is that there are grown adult men in charge of countries who are systematically genociding a population of a country that they have colonized, right? They're going to the United Nations Security Defense Councils wearing Holocaust Star of Davids with Gooning written on, right? These are adult people. These are grown-up, supposedly professional, intelligent, in charge of countries people, yeah? And they're going and doing stuff like that on the ground in Israel, right? There are Telegram channels for settlers who have been armed by the state to, basically target Palestinian activists, target literally like Palestinian schools for children, any bits of like infrastructure, like, hiding terrorist stuff. They call that Nazi Hunters Telegram channel. They're calling Khazans, they're calling Palestinians Nazis. Right? So the reason that they don't want people making that comparison is because then their comparison falls flat. It's in the same way that Israel as a state is a paper tiger, their actual rhetoric is a paper tiger as well. I can make a little bit of time, though, and I'm working. Here are some examples how Zionism founders internalized popular anti-Semitism of the late 1800s and early 1900s. Prior to that, there was a robust tradition of diasporic assimilationist Judaism. So, yeah, click on that link there. Husker's absolutely amazing with this. Really appreciate you putting that in the chat. Yeah, but that wasn't just like targeted at you, Morgan, by the way. That's sort of just like a broader conversation that I think everybody should hear and look at and think about. Because, they're trying to say, like, what you have to remember is that what we're getting here in the West, whether you're in the USA, whether you're in the UK, what's being broadcast on Hebrew national television is, like, completely insane. Completely out of the ballpark. Like, so far further than any kind of, like, brainworms that you could ever see on our television screens. They're saying that this is like, they said that is October the 7th is like the second Holocaust. They're saying things like, they're saying that it's like the biggest attack on Jews. Do you know what I mean? Since Nazi Germany and stuff like this. It's completely insane. It's completely wrong. It's just out and out wrong. Just lies. And it frustrates me so fucking much. So like, we absolutely have to be like, no, I'm sorry, but like, here's the thing. If you could compare if you could compare Nazi Germany to what South Africa was doing in apartheid South Africa, then you can compare what Israel was doing to Nazi Germany, because it's copy. People always forget that South Africa was like the front runner in fascism. With the fucking the Dutch behind it. And also the British, the French, it was fucking like really, 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 really fucked. Yeah, Israel's literally got its own Lugenpress. Like, this is the thing, the thing that I'll tell. Okay, so just in case people aren't sure, I'll tell you what the actual problematic nature of that sign was. So when I was talking before about the Star of David with the swastika in it, the reason why that's fucked is because it's not the Israeli flag. It's just the Star of David. The Star of David is a neutral symbol. It's like a cross. It's like the Islamic crescent. Yeah? Nothing to do with Zionism. The Star of David is a thing. It's a Judaism thing. You know what I mean? So we did a whole, oh my God, cat girl Steph still doesn't recognize you as a regular. What's going on there? Yeah, I'll repost that. We did a whole stream on the history of Israel. It's about 5 hours long on the VOD channel. Hopefully the bot doesn't slap me. No, it didn't. But there you go. I've just reposted it in the chat for Catgirl Steph. Yeah. I did a whole like 5-hour stream on like the entire history of the occupation. If you're not read up on it, you could check that out. I wouldn't say that I'm like the best guy for this, but I have been like following this genocide, this occupation for like 10 years. It was one of the biggest sort of like radicalizing moments for me in terms of my politics. So, where am I up to? That's okay. Being a leftist is admitting when you're wrong, and I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, you know, it's not like this whole thing. What you have to remember is that there are Jewish Israelis in Israel who are like against what the state is doing, right? Everything is a nuanced conversation. It's not black and white, right? It's not black and white. But when we're talking specifically about the Zionist state, the Israeli state, they're absolutely engaging in fascism in a manner similar to Nazi Germany, in a manner similar to apartheid South Africa. So, you know, there should be no shame in you saying that, because again, you know, the people in the parliament, in the Knesset in Israel, they're not acting in the interest of Jewish people. They're acting in the interest of Zionist, you know, fascism, and alongside that, capital imperialism, colonialism. So there you go. There was a fucking thing I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, we were talking about Tom. It's a cat. Technically, Tom owns you. Yeah, that's right. Pet guardian, pet companion. Yeah, something like that, you know. A lot of Zionists are Christian fascists. Yep, it's true. True, it's true, it's true. Seems that fundamentalist religious belief is not capable of adapting to society today. The effect tech has had on it. I mean, you know, like, it's when we're saying fundamentalist religious belief, you know, I don't want us to slide into some kind of like cringe new atheism, because that stuff is like, again, yeah, it's not black and white. It's just very muddy. Well, you know, you understand that, so I'm not worried about that. But like, you know, from you yourself, but like, we got to make sure that we're not like cutting out religious people. We should be embracing religious people as a movement. The conversation has to change from, you know, left, right, you know, liberal, communist, etc., etc. We have to start looking at harm, right? We're in this age of information. We're in this age of neoliberalism where the conversation has shifted so much now that it becomes meaningless. It becomes absurd. Words don't mean anything. Double think, double speak. You know, so we have to really get back to the basics here. And I genuinely think that, like, when we're assessing things, when we're looking at like movements, etc., when we're looking at like imagery and shit like that, we have to look at the harm that is being made by certain people, right? If you have someone who is a fundamentalist Christian, but like they just so happen to be like okay with like queerness, trans people, migrants, people of other religions, then they're not exactly a fascist, right? They're just like someone who's been a little bit misled. And they're going to start to realize that maybe it's a bit more godly, a bit more religious, to actually like progress some of those fundamentalist beliefs, you know? It's the thing that happens, you know, regularly with people who become, you know, less alienated from non-religious neighborhoods and communities. Yeah. Anyway, listen, I'm digressing quite a lot here. You'll have to forgive me, but yeah, let's crack on with this.
Everybody, including the Guardian editorial board, can get on board with hating.
That's right,
there
Riff
they
Clears.
are with handcuffs, pepper spray, mob handing, more police officers than you would ever see in your lifetime, unless you posted something on Twitter.
But they
more police officers than you'd ever see in your lifetime. I mean, the guy is like wrong, but he's addressing a real fear of the Conservative Party and the Conservative electorate, which is that, like, yes, the Tories are defunding the police.
I mean, they just fit into his narrative. They literally did what he would have wanted them to do.
Exactly so. But by the way, so did the politicians that didn't show up.
Yeah.
There is a reason why we need politicians to take moral, political leadership on topics like this. So they simply crowd out the likes of Tommy Robinson, who try and exploit the fact that, and this is what Tommy Robinson has always said.
Who is this guy? I need to know actually who this smelly loser is. Like, who is he? Is there any, like, fucking thing where it says his name? Sam Armstrong. Okay, let's have a look at Sam Armstrong. Who's that? Quote-unquote commentator. Sam Armstrong, political consultant, commentator, and journalist. Ha ha ha. Yeah, very funny dude. Yeah, funny dude. Oh, hang on a second. What's going on here? Let's have a little look and see what this guy actually does. Uh-huh. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. I am a political and communications consultant, broadcaster, and journalist. I run high-profile and contested campaigns for political clients seeking to influence the media, legislation, or the wider political process.
Hello, my old chum.
Thanks for the follow. My clients are often politicians themselves who seek to influence the debate on issues of major political concern. Time and again, my campaigns end up not only on the front page of national newspapers, but leading to tangible, measurable political change, including government reviews and amendments to legislation. I also work as a freelance journalist and broadcaster. I'm a contributor to Talk TV, often acting as a regular presenter's friend during the breakfast slot. Here I commentate on the big issues of the day according to production needs across 2.5 hours of live broadcasting. For several years, I've worked as a freelance journalist, providing stories on a host of issues to almost every national newspaper. So, this guy is just he's a propagandist. Yeah, I lie for money. That's what he's saying. Yeah. Tommy Robinson's son. He is the image of Tory boy. He really is, actually, yeah. I do think that it's important to be vigilant of far-right people expressing pro-Palestine sentiments. Those people often show their true colors when expressing Israel controlling America, not the other way around. Oh, no. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, for real. Being pluralist is the direction I'm going. It's hard for me to not factor out fundamentalism as something to watch for. That said, my empathy does not allow me to see them as also victims to indoctrination for the most part. I'll stop about religion. Yeah, look, conversations about religion are meaningless. Meaningless, because it's how people utilize religion, isn't it? Like, every single religion that you can think of is not actually based on hatred and pain and suffering. A lot of the time religions preach peace, acceptance, understanding, loving your fellow human, stuff like this. And people spin that to their own needs. Roman Empire. The Roman Empire. I was talking to my date about this earlier. She's from Italy, and I was talking about how, historically you can look at Italy, and it's this fascist in Italy, look at the Roman Empire for inspiration in it. Mussolini was we got to bring back the days of the Roman Empire, and Giorgia Meloni is probably doing the same shit. And the Roman Empire absolutely weaponized Christianity to be this fucking thing. And again, Christianity itself was like a sect of Aramaic sort of religion, Judaism and Islam, right? You know what I mean? Anyway, I think my thought was pretty just then, but you'll have to forgive me, I'm tired. It's a cliche, all the Abrahamic religions are really similar despite what anti-Muslim media tells you. Yeah, for real. Anyway, let's crack on. This guy's paid to lie. Yeah? It's weird hearing there are Christian anarchists, but if you look at a lot of the stuff Jesus actually said in the Bible, it doesn't seem too much of a leap, actually. Yeah, this is it. Yes, Googie Ham, that's exactly it. I couldn't have worded it better. Googie Ham says, as I see it, as a very serious, very self-important materialist, I ought not to care about what people believe so much as how they impact the world around them. And we should all endeavor to be like that. Right? We should all endeavor to be like that. Why do we hate fascists? Well, because they impact the world around them in a harmful way. Right? That's how we should be thinking of every single thing. Whenever you're confused about it, sit down, take a few breaths. Where's the harm here? What's going on? Very self-important. Of course, I jest, Be self-righteous, be self-important, whatever. Be as bombastic as you like. Again, unnecessary to engage in debate anyway. So these kinds of things, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't fucking matter. If you're gonna be like a self-righteous kind of like preachy leftist. I did it on my fucking date. I was telling her about the tenants union. I was like, you got to join the tenants union, yo. And she was like, oh, okay. This is how we're going to have revolution. She's like, yeah, okay, cool. She's like, never. She's like, not politicized. Anyway, right, let's crack on.
Politicians aren't talking about it. They're not dealing with some of the issues that I'm prepared to deal with.
And this is the issue. And when politicians don't talk about it and they don't want to say it, and they, even-handed both sides, they literally hand power to these people. And we see this in every country. We see this with Marine Le Pen in France. We've seen it with Giorgia Meloni in Italy. We've seen it with in the Netherlands only last week. And again, people have a variety of views. I'm not into this whole everyone's far right. Apparently, I'm far right. You're far right. Anyone who says I'm not entirely sure that we should just have an open door policy to anybody who wants to come here who doesn't.
Oh, what am I doing? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm just finding an example of Julia Hartley Brewer being racist. As she said, all I do is I say that I just don't think that anybody and everybody who comes here on a small boat should be allowed to come here. And that doesn't make me far right, does it? Well, what I would say is that hanging around with like a known fascist who has said that black people aren't as smart as white people, who has said that transgender people are pedophiles, and by extension also queer people, especially drag queens who support them, and also has said some absolutely completely bizarre things like old school, weird, fascist comments, such as Lawrence Fox. I would assume like hanging around with Lawrence Fox would probably make you far right. You know what I mean? I think it would probably make her far right. Might not make her far right, but it does make her a bigot. It certainly does. But also, she is definitely far right. She's definitely a fascist, 1,000%. You know, again, like the harm that she does. She's a political commentator, right? She's constantly tweeting turf shit. She's constantly tweeting racist shit. She is doing harm. She is far right. She's a fascist. The world's most divorced man. Yeah, Lawrence Fox. Yeah, for real, he is. We watched one of his, go on my VOD channel. You can see that I did a video. I did a stream watching a Lawrence Fox video once. It's absolutely absurd. Found it so hard to watch. Just like the most annoying, frustrating, lying piece of shit in the fucking world. And you know it's because he's got a failed music career. And he's sat there going like, well, this is because I'm white. Everyone's racist to whites now, so I can't be famous. I can't have a good music career. You know, it's a fucking piece of shit. He's a cunt anyway.
Share our values and won't assimilate. That apparently is a far-right view. The fact that that is actually the view of the vast majority of people in this country.
No, it's not. Okay. So this, you could just Google this, right? You could just Google this. Julia Hartley Brewer said the vast majority of people in the UK don't like immigration, and immigration should be reduced. No, it's only 52%. Fewer people, 32%, said that immigration was a bad or very bad thing. So again, just lying, inaccurate, nonsense, complete bollocks. Lies, and more lies from someone who gets paid a handsome sum of money, far more than you and I. You can see exactly how much money I get fucking paid. It's right there. And then you can go to my Patreon as well, right? far more money than you or I get paid to just lie. Alongside a guy who on his LinkedIn profile actively says, I lie for money. I influence political campaigns and legislation. I'm paid to do this.
Of
Hey, Mr. Dank.
political flavours is completely left. So if you call everybody who raises...
Whoa. What did you just say?
The fact that that is actually the view of the vast majority of people in this country, of many different political flavours, is completely left. So if you call everybody who raises legitimate, reasonable concerns that are not remotely based on xenophobia or bigotry or race, and you call them far right, then you make it better.
So what are the concerns? This is so good. It's so good. When she says like the legitimate concerns that are not based on xenophobia and race, what are those legitimate concerns? If they're nothing to do with xenophobia or race, then why don't you say what they are, Julia? What are your legitimate concerns about people immigrating to the UK if they're not based on race or xenophobia? Legitimate concerns about foreigners that are not based on the fact that they're foreign. You know, the concerns. Yes, that's right. The concerns. They're all legitimate, aren't they? The concerns.
The people who actually are and the people who are saying something reasonable. And that's where, and we're going to be talking about it in a few minutes' time.
So what we're witnessing here, folks, I want to really like exacerbate this. What we're witnessing here is neoliberalism, yeah, desperately trying to like push down the radical fascist element that they have inspired and encouraged, right? Capitalism needs fascism in order to survive. It needs unpaid state actors who will enact state violence, right? So anyone who is queer, anyone who is not white, anyone who is, feminized like a woman, disabled people, they need people who will crush those people at the call of the state. Which is why Suella Braverman was fired, because she said the quiet part out loud. She was literally like winking and cocking her head like that at the far right actors who came down to Westminster to riot at the Cenotaph. Not this week just gone, but the one before, right? Right, what does she think about people coming from France or Germany? Yes, does she have the same concerns about them? Does she have the same concerns about a Scottish person coming down to settle in Manchester? Does she have the same concerns about an Irish person coming over? You know? I don't know, maybe Julia Hartley-Brewer is like old school enough to actually hate the Irish and the Scottish. I'm not sure. I'm sure if we pressed her on it, yeah, probably, yeah. This is it. You know. She genuinely might be not down for people from France and Germany coming to the UK because she's a fucking Brexiteer, innit? You know what I mean? No, you see, those are expats, not immigrants. You can tell the difference by their skin colour. I've got very legitimate concerns. My name's Julia Hartley-Brewer, and I definitely think that, yes, I have very legitimate concerns about foreigners coming here, taking our jobs, having sex with our women, and that's nothing to do with the colour of their skin or the fact that they're foreigners. It's not fascist. I've got legitimate concerns. Fucking fucker. Literally fucker. Literally fuck them all. I've just noticed you shave. I've shaved, haven't I? Yeah. That's right. Did a shave. What I did was I got the got the clippers, plugged them in. Yeah. I was there, I was like, am I gonna do it? You know, the beard's been there for so long now. Can't believe I'm gonna do it. I chop it all off in one, and it's really I think it suits me, you know what I mean? I think it actually like suits me. Because it like shapes my face a little better. Shows my face a bit more, and it's not quite like as distracting. This. Oh, Well, you know, that's just... don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Still so disgusted but not surprised by the difference in treatment of Syrian refugees versus Ukrainian refugees only a few years apart. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's white supremacism in action. That's white supremacism in action, isn't it? Bro, it was hidden by the mic. You can't be serious. Yeah, I think, look, it's, you know what this is? This is a happy medium. This is a compromise, right? This is a compromise. I don't have the time to organize a proper trim at the barbers, right? And if I can avoid paying for it, I'm going to do that. And so, you know, just tie it up for the time being. It's fucking massive at the minute. It's fucking massive at the minute. It's like down here. Yeah, it's actually crazy. You know? Mad respect to have the patience to grow a beard that length. Hey, Josh Sport United. Look, here's the thing. I didn't actually like... It's not like a matter of patience. It's more like... I just, you know, don't have to think about it. You know, I wake up every morning and I just shave this bit. And I shave under here. And that's that. But welcome to the stream. How you doing? What was I going to say? You're perfect for a gnome fit. Yes. Yes, it would be really cool for me to dress up as a gnome, wouldn't it? You know, I've never done that before. It's not like, you know, something I've ever thought about. I don't really talk about gnomes or being gnome pilled or anything like that. You know, I've never done like a DJ stream, you know, dressed as a gnome. That's never happened, you know. Why is this not playing? It's not working for the bit. Come on, I have like a whole bit. Have a whole bit that I'm doing. There's a whole bit that I'm trying to fucking do. Why is this not working, TikTok? Come on, man. Here we go.
Whack, whack, the cricket bat.
Yeah.
The cricket bat. Whack, whack, whack.
God, I actually really love that blend. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, just a little bit of gnomey stuff there. I was doing it again. Hey, Emmy, what's up? Welcome in. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Yes, a new Yule lad. Okay, but can you turn into porcelain to hide inconspicuously in people's gardens? No, I can't do that. And this isn't a bit. I genuinely can't do that. So there you go. Right. Okay. So.
Reform UK are doing very well because they are talking about it. It's why Wilders did very well, because they are talking about it. Do you think politicians think that we're just stupid and we won't notice, even when figures are published publicly?
Hang on a minute. I swear to God, Julia Hartley-Brewer was just saying, just a fucking minute ago, I'm certain. She said, oh my God, there are all these far-right people getting elected into government, and that's not us. We're not like that. But now she's praising Geert Wilders because, like, oh, Geert Wilders has done really well because he's talking about it. He's talking about the immigration, isn't he? He's definitely talking about the legitimate concerns of people coming over, weakening the gene pool, you know. And that's not racist. Insane. Completely insane.
Like the migrant figures we saw last week, where more than 700,000 people more came to this country in 2022, and more than that again in the last year, than left. Do they think we don't notice all those people?
The politicians.
Here's the thing, right? For a start, those numbers are definitely inflated. I know that for a fact. It's not 700,000 people. It's more like 500,000 people. When we're talking about people who are applying for asylum, right? Those people are not here. They're not coming here. They're not getting on a boat and coming here, right? If we're talking about asylum figures, they're people who are waiting to be housed here. They're people who are waiting to go through the asylum system. The asylum system, by the way, which is incredibly inhumane. They're basically fucking concentration camps. And now they're trying to put them all on a boat. A massive boat that has multiple fire hazards. Funnily enough, was constructed in the Netherlands. Excuse me, talking about Geert Wilders. And, you know, it's just like the way that they talk about like immigrants and like the amount of people coming to the country. And it's like, bro, people do not want to be here. Like, they know that when they come to the UK, they're going to face racism. They know when they come to the UK, they're going to face an inhumane asylum system. They know they're going to face, you know, bureaucracy that is absolutely designed to kill people. Just live on the boat until they get processed. And then the processing times are like a year and 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 a year, depending on what's happening. It was inhumane with less than half the amount of people they want to put there, yeah. The Bibby Stockholm. Can't stand the framing of every fucking broadcast journalist. All people on the left are radicals, progressive, leftist, liberals, all lumped together, while every single conservative is just centre-right, no matter how full jack-booted fascist they are, yeah. Yeah. This is it. This is it. When you colonize the whole world, you can't be shocked when the whole world comes to you. This is it. You know? About Palestine, literally, like, when people are talking about Gaza, it's like, okay, you know, what, you don't like people seeking refuge in your country? Well, stop fucking bombing theirs then. Stop giving Israel money to bomb them. Like, what are you fucking doing? Like, okay, you know, it's all connected, right? For a start, you shouldn't be fucking arsed. Secondly, there is a result. It's material. You know, they'll do anything but nationalize housing. Oh, well, fucking hell, don't get me started. Does she think that a country is like a glass of water that can be filled up and get full? Here's the thing about the UK, right? There's about 70 million people here. And in terms of, like, land space, yeah, like 10% of those people live in London. Yeah? Population of London is like 7 million, 9 million or something. So it's like fucking 10%. Yeah? Hey, Risk Inverse, how's it going? Then if you think about all the other cities that are spread out all over the UK, you know, you got Edinburgh, Glasgow, Birmingham, Manchester, Belfast, you know, Cardiff, all these different places. And it's like, there's so much room. There's so much room for people. There's literally so much room for people. We could easily take like another 30 million people. It's absurd to even think. The thing is that, like, again, let's do it the Googie way, which is in fact the Lenin way, which is in fact like the proper communist way, yeah? Materialism. The reason why this kind of talk appeals to fascism is because they utilize a tiny, tiny bit of truth, which is your life's shit, in it, right? I'll show you a great fucking example. And if we get 3 donos in a row, we can listen to the whole of this song as part of the what do you call it? The hype train, unofficial hype train, innit?
Oi! Shh! He's on!
Evening, voters. Some people in this country are very, very rich. But most of you are very, very poor. skin. You know why? Because you're all lazy
So that's what Motorhead are doing there in that, like, you know, this like fucking little sort of movie-esque music video kind of thing that's going on. That's like super common British nonsense, right? They like have a little bit of truth, and then on top of that, the lie, which makes people hate each other. Yeah. So one of the biggest things, like what do reactionaries hate in Britain? Well, they hate immigrants, they hate disabled people, and they hate people who are unemployed. Queen Pip!
I'm doing my part.
Thank you so much for the £10. 2 more donos and we get to listen to that tune in full. Who would like to listen to some Motorhead? Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. So, you know, they hate immigrants, they hate disabled people, they hate unemployed people, and they hate the left because they support all three of those, yeah? So when it comes down to it, that's because of a constant narrative, a constant rhetoric in terms of like that guy was about to say, why are some people really poor? Because you're all lazy bastards, right? Not why. He's missed the thing that he was actually referring to. Yeah? Which is that some people are very, very rich and they hoard all the wealth, actually. It's as simple as that. Yeah? Yeah, and their kind of thing is their sort of like rhetoric is like, get rid of those shit people, your lives will be less shit. So it all comes down to this materialism. And of course, people's material conditions are bad because of capitalism. Just a fact. So, there you go. Very British thing in it. Yeah, it is.
Absolutely believe that the public are stupid. That's
Look,
why
chat,
they
11:11.
say, oh, it's so dangerous for politicians to talk about migration. You're just stirring up tensions, as if there's this mass of people out there that if only they knew the truth, they would be angry. Well,
this guy's voice is doing me. It's doing me right in. You know, people are so scared to say that the barbarian hordes are coming to deflower our virgins, and you know the brown people are just when they're born they're just less intelligent than white people. Like they're scared to say these things. My man has never done a day's work in his fucking life. He's never seen anyone not white. He's never seen a racialized person in his life. He's never spoken to one. Which is why he feels so safe to say these things. He's never going to have any recourse for it, is he? Unless he's held to account by some kind of like, you know, mass campaign. Johnny!
Alternative. Could we have the Rishi Sunak song with the spinny rat?
No. But thank you so much for the £5. Thanks for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. That song is played at the start of the stream. If you're too late to the stream, what can I do about that? What can I do about that? Nothing. That's your fault for being a bad chatter. But thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Really appreciate that. Anyway, I love you, Johnny. I'm joking. Adnan, everybody please go follow Adnan. He's amazing. How you doing? Welcome in. The thing that confuses me is that it's immensely to the benefit of those liberal bureaucrats to have as large of a disenfranchised immigrant domestic population as possible to facilitate their economic exploitation. Their philosophy doesn't benefit them.
Meow.
Steph, thank you so much for the 1312. 1312 is a little funny number, isn't it? So just, you know, get a bit of that. Get in the, you know, get it in the chat. 1312, cool number. Doesn't mean anything. But Steph, thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Really appreciate that. Gonna finish what Googie Helm was saying. It's to the benefit of liberal bureaucrats to have as large of a disenfranchised immigrant style domestic population as possible to facilitate their economic exploitation. Their philosophy doesn't benefit them. It just kills people, gets Daily Mail readers a nice headline. I really can't wrap my head around why they do it. Yeah, it's absurd. I think what it is they're trying to balance now, like, just how far they can push the white working class, right? Hang on a minute. What the fuck is going on there? Is that... Wait a minute. Whoa! Is this computer enhance? Hang on a minute. I really have to I just have to do this real quick. I just got to do this real quick. Chat, something doesn't feel right about this. Is that really Chaza? It says that live Chaza. What is that? That looks like fucking. That looks like Sheffield. What is this? You know, what's going on? It doesn't seem right. Chaza looking awfully British today. I don't know if it looks like that. Chat, is this real? Can we verify this? Did they really just get like a weather cam in Sheffield? I just, for me, seriously, just the way the houses are built and shit like that, it just super looks like Britain. Oh, it could be a settlement, couldn't it? Well, they don't have settlements inside Gaza. They have like settlements around the side, I guess. So maybe I don't know. It could be. Looks like Denmark. It just doesn't look like an Arabic town. And also Gaza is like, it's not this. It's not like a village. It's a city. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just super confused. Anyway, okay, it's just looking a lot like Sheffield, and I'm just like, is that really Gaza? Anyway, okay. Where are we up to? Yeah. Let's do it, chat. VOD watchers, I'll see you next time. I'm joking. It's not the end of the stream for you. I'll be back in a tick. And welcome back, VOD channel. So there you go. Bit of Eat the Rich there. Obviously, a super heavy, sexually charged song as well. Yeah, Odnon was saying weight was Lemmy based. I just think Lemmy was too high all the time to be based. Because he used to wear like cringe stuff. Like he used to sometimes wear like a Nazi hat. I don't think like a proper SS hat, but like, I don't know. He wore military. I don't know if it was like a Nazi hat. I think it was like a military hat. You know, like as a joke kind of thing. You know, like a Sid Vicious style, like, wow, this is so radical. But as far as I know, like, that was probably like in ignorance. Like, he was definitely not a racist. He was definitely not like queerphobic. Like, I think in that film that like it's like a Motorhead film or whatever. He like the kind of plot is like this queer racialized waiter gets sacked from that restaurant that we were all in, and they bring him in as part of the band or something. It's like an old film, so I don't know. I might be completely wrong about that, but who knows? Yeah. Heard interviews with him before he died. He was pretty enlightened in a sense. He was in what was it? Fucking he was in that Trauma movie. Fucking hell. Romeo and Juliet. He does like the monologue at the start. And I seem to remember when I heard that, and he also does the monologue at the end. I seem to remember there being bits in that, like, that they changed slightly from the Shakespeare that was like, wait, is that a little bit based? It was like, I don't know. So, I don't know. I might be completely wrong about that. Here's the thing. I don't know if Lemmy was based. Likely not. You know, a white guy who was alive in the 80s, benefited from capitalism, but he did make a song called Eat the Rich, and there was a film called Eat the Rich, so maybe he was based. I don't know. Maybe he didn't understand it. Anyway, we're not here to discuss that today. We're here to do a Gaza update. Excuse me. Let's finish this. Let's see what they say in the last fucking minute. Let's see if they say anything of any substance in the last minute about what they actually truly believe. Yeah.
Boy, you're right, they will be angry. And we're seeing it with this anti-Semitism issue. Darren Jones, member of the Labour Shadow Cabinet, was asked on television yesterday, will you be going to the rallies? He says,
that's
no.
right, Prince.
Why not? Why aren't you going to the march against anti-Semitism? He said, well, I represent constituents that have got views on both sides of this.
Yeah.
Views of both sides of anti-Semitism being acceptable or not.
Oh, wow. Weird how they cut it there. Why did they cut it there? I wonder. Is that some kind of media trick where they, you know, where they don't show the whole interview just in case it's a little bit cringe, you know? And people actually understand the message, which is hate thy neighbor. I wonder why. We'll never know. We'll never know. Anyway, listen, I got an update from Democracy Now! This is about the Israel-Hamas hostage deal. Highlights the plight of Palestinian prisoners. That's right, it's Big Amy with the big news. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. There's a link in the chat to the video. Democracy Now! If you want to support leftist media.
This news is funded by...
Content warning, imperialism, violence. There's every chance that we're going to see that. This is quite a long video, so just bear that in mind. But it's news with Amy. It's not necessarily the whole world news. This is just an update on the hostage situation in terms of like hostage exchange, prisoner of war exchange between Palestine and Israel. So yeah, let's take a look at that.
Viewers like you, please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and
Hey,
Peace
Zeme, how's it
Report.
going? Hey, Astra, what's up?
The 4-day truce in Gaza has entered its final day, but negotiations are underway to extend it. So far, Hamas has released a total of 58 hostages who'd been held captive for the 7 weeks. 39 of the freed hostages have been Israeli citizens. Hamas also released 17 Thai workers, a Filipino worker, and an Israeli
Back in a
Russian.
sec.
Since the truce began, Israel's released 117 Palestinian prisoners, mostly women and children, including many who'd been held without charge. One of the first hostages released was the 85-year-old Holocaust survivor, Yafa Adar. She was captured from her home in the kibbutz near Az. Her granddaughter, Adva Adar, spoke Sunday.
I can say that she's tough, and I can say that she said that she was thinking about the family a lot, and that it helped her survive, and that she could hear the voices of the great-grandchildren calling her, and that it gives her a lot of power, and that she's now trying to realize what's happening here, and about a lot of friends and neighbors that are either dead or kidnapped from the kibbutz, and about Tamir, her oldest grandson, that is also hostage, and that she has no house to return.
In the occupied West Bank, crowds gathered to celebrate the release of Palestinians held in prison. This is Nasrallah Alawar, one of the Palestinian teenagers released.
Prison guards made us starve. They used to bring us 2 patches of bread for each cell, which is not enough. There were also children, 11 and 12 years old, with us, and there wasn't enough food for them. God only knows how bad the situation was.
Health officials in Gaza now say the death toll from Israel's bombardment has reached nearly 15,000. The New York Times is reporting the rate of civilians killed in Gaza by Israel has been far higher than in recent wars in Ukraine, Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan. The New York Times reports more than twice as many women and children have already been reported killed in Gaza in the last 7 weeks than have been confirmed killed in Ukraine since Russia launched its attack nearly 2 years ago, though the exact death tolls
this is the reality of the situation,
are
chat.
unknown.
This is the reality.
Earlier today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited Israeli troops in Gaza and told them Israel will continue until the end. Nothing will stop us. We're joined now by 2 guests. We go to Jerusalem, where we're joined by Orly Noy, Israeli political activist and editor of the Hebrew-language news site Local Call. She's also the chair of B'Tselem's executive board. Her new piece for 972 magazine is What Israelis Won't Be Asking About the Palestinians Released for Hostages. Tala Nasser is also with us, a lawyer with the Palestinian prisoner and human rights organization Adamir. We welcome...
The death numbers are estimated to be... people are saying that because of the low count from Israel, you know, the numbers being pushed down, like not really reporting correctly about stuff, it's probably about 20,000. And then you got the people who have lifelong injuries as a result of what's been happening. And there's up to almost, I think the number was 50,000 or maybe more. You know, there are people still trapped in like destroyed houses, can't go anywhere. People will have developed, you know, there's like a lot of diseases being spread around, like epidemics in terms of like, you know, COVID is spreading amongst the civilians of Gaza, all kinds of other diseases, you know, things that are brought on through dehydration, things that are brought on through starvation. So, yeah.
You both to Democracy Now! Let's begin with Orly Noy. If you can talk about this temporary truce that could end today or possibly will continue, Israel says, for each day that Hamas releases at least 10 hostages. What this 4-day respite has meant, who has been released, Orly?
Thank you, Amy, so much for having me. As soon as the exchange of prisoners deal was agreed upon, Israel came up with a list of 300 Palestinian prisoners.
Anyway, that's all the cat that you're getting today. That's it. If you want to see the cat cam become a permanent addition to the stream, we've only got 400, so we're at £478.37. Quick maths. £21 63 pence. £21 63 pence. Oh my god, yeah. Cat Girl Steph, I was right. I did that all in my head. I'm so proud of myself. Cheeky little Tommy Twos. My cheeky little Tommy Twos. My boy. My baby boy. Yeah, my baby boy. My baby boy. You love your dad? Loves his dad. Still after more dreamies, though. So that's enough, Tom. You want more, Tom? £21. There you go. And then every time we get a certain amount of dough in the stream, you unlock cat cam for the rest of the day. Beautiful Kafia. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I got this from Herbawi. So yeah, just showing this off. This is the Mar Al Saba Kafia. So Mar Al Saba is like a... That's the design on it, if you can see. It's just very similar to the traditional kafia, but it's like it doesn't have the fishernet thing on it because they're more like inland kind of thing. And hey Liz, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, it's legit. It's from Herbawi. I can prove it. I can prove it. From the last remaining factory in Palestine. So it only costs like £25, which is like amazing for something of this quality. It's like absolutely insane. You know, it's just like the feel of it is beautiful. It says made with love in Palestine, and you can feel that shit. You can feel that shit. Do you know what I mean? Tom always gets really excited when I wear it because he wants to mess with the tassel. Love to get one yourself. Yeah, well, there you go. B-Rap put the link in the chat right there. Yeah, go to kafia.org or herbawiusa.com if you're in the US, Turtle Island If you're in Europe, kafia.org is the one. What's the fabric? I think it's just cotton. Let's have a look. Let's go to the website. Got a pink and red one. Very glad I got it. About Hirabawi. Yeah, they're all sold out at the moment. Yeah. They're all sold out at the moment. Woven the authentic kafia since 1961. Ethical Palestinian trader steps towards self-determination, liberation of our people. Traditionally worn over the head or shoulders, farmers of the last century seen a revival of the kafia became synonymous with the quest for Palestinian freedom and independence. Traditional Arabic scarf or headdress became the uniform Palestinian rebels. Heritage and independence from Israeli occupation. Kafia what's it made of? Why don't they tell me what it's made of? Kafias remain a similar resistance. It's cotton. Yeah, I thought it was cotton. Is it warm? It's not necessarily warm. You gotta remember, this is invented for like desert climates. You know what I mean? Mediterranean/desert climates. So it's like nice to wear in the summer for sure. It doesn't do much like heat retention, you know? Got to be patient with that shipping. I have it on good authority. They're having problems with their shipping provider, but they're working on an alternative. Yeah, for sure. You got a day shirt? Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, it's good sun cover, innit? It's good sun cover. And here's the thing, it's just good to wear to show solidarity with Palestinians. Like, I'll find this one bit. I'll find this one thing. If I go on TikTok and then I log into my account. Let me go to like my liked videos because I think I reposted this today. I'm liking so many videos on TikTok. It's not even funny, actually. This is stupid. Why am I liking so many videos, man? This is fucked. I gotta stop doing this. I can never find anything that I wanna... Favorites. Yeah, that's the worst vibes I've ever had in at all. Get the fuck out of here. Where is it? I saw a video from a Palestinian guy who was talking about seeing like non-Arabs wearing the kafia, and it made him feel really good because it's like people are seeing that, like, you know, Arab garb, it isn't just like a fucking Muslim thing or whatever. It's just like something that you can wear, and like when you wear it as like, you know, someone who is like actively trying to help raise the voice of Palestinians, seeing that as like a good thing. Was it Subi on TikTok? Hey Jojo, I don't know actually. I can't remember, but I saw a video. I'm sure I reposted it, but apparently not. Apparently not. I'm getting a cat joining me, I think. Anyway. It's Tail. It's the Tail show. Hi, Tom. Hi, buddy. Those are my glasses. Okay. All right. Do not sit on the... Oh, mixer. Oh, my God. Oh, Tom. What are you fucking doing, dude? Come here. Come here. Okay, that's good. That's good. Did the sound go weird then? Okay. Never mind. Tom is just, like, right in front of me. I'm sorry, buddy. I got no more treats for you here. He's settling in. He's settling in now. He's settling in. TikTok is a bit annoying with finding vids. Whenever I save stuff to go back, it's always deleted. Oh, they might have deleted it. Yeah, they might have deleted it. Yeah, they might have deleted it. Anyway. Okay. There you go. Anyway, just a little bit about the kafia. It's good to wear the kafia. Most Arabs say it's not cultural appropriation if you're doing it in a sense of like, you know, you're not like taking the mick out of Arabic people. Like, you're not wearing it on your head and going around and screaming Allahu Akbar. Do you know what I mean? You're not like doing like you know, some kind of like caricature brown face thing. If you're wearing it just like chilling in it, wearing it as solidarity, it's all good, right? You know what I mean? I'm wanting to order one, but I don't know what colors to go for. Thinking I might just go for the Palestine flag ones to make my decision easier. This is the thing. When you go on the Habari website to like order one, it's so choice paralysis inducing because there's so many good designs. I was really torn between this one and the Irish one because they got an Irish one in it. And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm all about Irish liberation. I'm all about Palestinian liberation. I like the combination one would be good. But then I started thinking about how whenever I wear like bright orange or green, it makes me look a bit sick, a little bit sickly. So, you know, I'm just like, no, you know what? I'm going to go for the Mar Al Saba one. It's still legit, you know. And this color looks very good on me. The rainbow one is really good. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue this video.
Almost all of them minors, with a few women included. That would be the pool to be released throughout the ceasefire. When you look thoroughly at the names and the charges, as you said, first off, many of them were never charged with anything. I mean, the numbers are incredible. The latest data from the beginning of November talk about more than 6,800 Palestinians, political prisoners, what Israel refers to as security prisoners, more than 2,000 of them through administrative detention. It means that not only they've never been convicted with anything, they've never been charged with anything, so never had the opportunity to defend themselves. You look at minor Palestinian teenagers who've been arrested for throwing stones at police jeeps or army jeeps. One of
I thought I muted when I left. Sorry if you just heard me choking.
Calling with a group of his
yeah, that sounds great,
friends,
Steph.
Allahu
Amal Pink.
Akbar. Yes, God is great. Another Palestinian woman has been sitting in jail for allegedly intending to carry out an attack, not even doing anything in practice. Others have been charged with attempts to carry out stabbing attacks or did so, but mildly injured policemen and women. So you see that the charges are incredibly minor, but what this list really allows is the sense of how central the tool of incarceration is in the Israeli project of the occupation and oppression of the Palestinian people.
And talk about the Israeli hostages and others, Thai, Filipino hostage, Russian-Israeli hostage was released.
So, of course, I mean, these past 3 days with the release of the hostages have been really a sort of a national celebration after in what are maybe the darkest days that Israelis can remember. There was a very anxious anticipation for their return, especially the children, whom the Israeli entire society became to know by name, each of the children that have been held as hostages. So there's been a lot of anxiety in anticipation for their return. They've been greeted with a national embrace. They of course went immediately to receive medical treatment.
Okay, I'm back for good now, chat.
Those who needed, but a medical checkup for all of them. And they have, I mean, but this is just the beginning of their journey back to life, because many of them don't know what happened since they went to captivity. Many of them lost immediate family members, and they are just now learning about it. So it's a very bittersweet moment for them and for the Israeli society as a whole.
You know, what we're seeing here is footage of, like, Hamas fighters waving goodbye to the hostages. See you later, man. It's kind of like very casual, nice, normal thing to do. You know, the hostages are waving back. They're not being like, yeah, fuck you, or, you know, not looking at them and, like, ignoring them, blanking them and stuff like that. We know that the media spin on this shit is completely untrue, right? Hamas are not, like, torturing people. They're not, like, you know, sexually assaulting people. In all the reports that we've heard from press, journalists, reports from hostages themselves that have been handed over, you know, they're not doing the things that Israel is saying. They are feeding them, right? But it's hard to feed them when everybody in Gaza is finding it hard to eat because of the blockade, you know? They're going to claim Stockholm Syndrome if they haven't already, which is a fake thing that cops invented to silence a woman. Yeah, Stockholm Syndrome isn't a thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to... what's the word? It's hard to, like, develop any kind of, like... positive feelings towards someone who is, like, consistently and overwhelmingly abusing you in various ways, like torturing you and shit like that. You're not gonna get Stockholm Syndrome with something like that. It just seems completely antithetical to any kind of human resilience or just how, you know, how things have gone. That's good, at least. Still shitty. What you on about still shitty? What do you mean? Some Zionists on Twitter have been saying that. Yeah, of course they have. Of course they have. Of course they have. Of course they have.
Now, from the beginning, it was said that Americans or Israeli Americans would be released. It was only yesterday that the little 4-year-old Abigail Adan was released. Both her parents were murdered. She ran as a 3-year-old. It's astounding.
Look at what B-Rat put in the chat, Jojo. Yeah.
To her neighbor's house. And there, Abigail was captured along with the mom and her 3 kids. I think her oldest daughter, and the husband were murdered. And then they were all taken into captivity. She is the first American to be released, and some are speculating that Hamas is holding off on Americans so that Biden will put pressure on Netanyahu to continue the ceasefire.
Yeah, we are being told so, and it actually makes some sense because, I mean, it is almost ironic that while Israel is incarcerating Palestinian children for throwing stones, at the same time, the only lesson that it teaches the Palestinians is that the only way to actually release Palestinian prisoners is through such heinous crimes, such as the one that Hamas carried out on October 7th. I mean, really, the amount of Palestinian children, women, minors, and others in the prisons without any due process, without an ability to really honestly protect themselves from, is such that right now it seems that their only hope.
I'm trying to look for a documentary on Stockholm Syndrome now, and I can't find one.
Again, horrible violent, heinous actions, but taken by the Hamas. But Israel just doesn't show any other way for Palestinians to be able to resist the occupation, which they have the right to, without spending the rest of their lives in the Israeli.
You don't have to apologize. I'm looking. I'm interested. I'm interested in watching one. If someone can, if someone can point me to one, we can watch it on stream. You know, if it's not copyright and shit. You know.
I'm going to ask you about what's happening on the streets right now. I want to go back to what Ben-Gvir, the far-right cabinet minister, said. On Thursday, the Israeli Minister of National Security, Ben-Gvir, instructed police to use an iron fist against attempts to celebrate prisoner releases and said, quote, "My instructions are clear. There are to be no expressions of joy. Expressions of joy are equivalent to backing terrorism. Victory celebrations give backing to those human scum for those Nazis."
So remember what I was saying earlier, chat? The framing from the... This is insane, by the way. This is completely insane. The more concessions that the Knesset are going to have to make in result of what they're doing in Gaza and in the West Bank, the more violent and psychopathic their rhetoric gets. Right? They're furious that they've been backed into a 4-day truce where there's going to be some exchange of hostages. Yeah? They're furious to let the you know, Palestinians know that they have any amount of negotiating power. It is not in their interests to say to Palestinians, oh, well, actually, if you did this, we would release some Palestinian prisoners. We'll bomb the fuck out of you, but we will cave into your demands eventually, right? They're fucking furious that they've been forced to do this. You know, not just by Palestine, but also by the international community backing them, right? No. Some talk by some dude. All the actual events described in See What You Made Me Do, Power Control, Domestic Violence by Jess Hill. Is that a book? Yeah, Ben-Gvir is a nasty piece of work, for real. Lots of people in the Knesset are nasty pieces of work. You know, even outside of their genocidal tendencies, even, like, in terms of, like, their neoliberalism, you know? It's a book, okay, all right. Yeah. It's been very entertaining watching them completely fail at the PR war. Yeah, no, it gives hope, right? It gives hope. This is the thing. It makes you feel hopeful for, like, what's actually going on. It's like, yeah, no one believes this shit anymore, dude. Like, you know, we're all learning, we're all becoming radicalized. The access to information that we've had now on the internet and stuff like that, we're all realizing it's all bollocks. You know, not even just like rhetorically, but like tangibly, improvably, measurably. So, you know.
So if you can talk about what this means in the West Bank.
But again, as I was talking about before, the Knesset, the way that this is being posited to Israeli citizens is like people in Gaza are Nazis. They're Nazis. Again, this comes back to the accusation that you know, in the Hamas charter they say they want to genocide all Jews. Completely false. We've debunked it live on stream multiple times. It doesn't say that. It says they want to dismantle the state of Israel. And it even says that in the unrevised version from the 80s. So you can't even claim that they changed it because it was like too explicit in what they wanted to do. Measurable bollocks. Measurable bollocks. Yeah. I wouldn't say psychopathic. That implies that people who have diagnosed psychopathy are evil as this rhetoric. No, you know I'm not saying that. You know I'm not fucking saying that. You know I'm not saying that, don't you? Yeah? So don't try and, like, make out that there's some kind of thing going on where like what you're doing. Okay, the reason that I'm sort of like picking on this in particular is because I'm sick of this rhetoric. I'm sick of it. It's completely meaningless. It doesn't help people with psychopathy diagnoses. It doesn't help anyone with mental illness. You know, you're implying that people who might have that diagnosis, you're implying that they're unable to detect context. Right, you're implying that they're unable to, understand what people have referred to as psychopathy for decades. The meaning has changed. This is how things happen. You know what I mean? I think it's more offensive to claim that like using words in a way which is like understood widely, vernacularly, in context as not being against a certain person who's had a certain medical diagnosis is actually against that. I think it's far more offensive to claim that people who have these medical diagnoses are going to be like, because, you're talking to someone who's got OCD. You're talking to someone who stares at his fucking oven, right, for like minutes on end, knowing that it's turned off. Yeah? Like fucking, I'm there and I'm going 12 o'clock, off, 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, off, 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, off, right? That's literally like on the verge of being like, extremely harmful, like sort of delving into psychosis. I've been to like my parents' house and I've thought that like the toothpaste is poison. Do you know what I mean? I have these kinds of things going on. And I know for a fact that when people call someone a psycho, especially in this context, that they're not talking about me, right? They're not talking about me. I know they're not, right? So I just like want to say I don't believe this kind of like framing of like, saying that things are insane, saying that things are crazy. I think it's completely absurd that people are saying that this is like ableist. Like as someone who has, that kind of like mental illness, doesn't help me in my situation whatsoever if people stopped saying any of that. And again, I think it's more offensive to imply that I'm unable to detect context in that regard. Do you know what I mean?
We've seen 1,000 people coming out to celebrate the young men now. Boys, when they were arrested, some have come of age while they were in prison. But in East Jerusalem, we are not seeing that. Is it because people are terrified of being arrested for terrorism? I mean, this from Ben-Gvir, a man who himself was convicted in Israeli court 15 years ago of aiding terrorism and inciting hatred of Palestinians?
Yes, first of all, good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm going to talk about several violations after or in the past 3 days within this exchange deal. Starting with the West Bank. So the Israeli forces deliberately assaulted the released prisoners and their families during the prisoner release operations. They first delayed the release of prisoners until late at night. They released the child prisoners wearing clothes that are too big for their size. Some of them were barefoot. Additionally, the clothes did not provide adequate protection from the cold weather at these days. Forces also used gas bombs, the rubber bullets, live ammunition in front of Ofer prison, where families were gathered to meet with their children and loved ones. On the other hand, and concerning the released prisoners from Jerusalem, the Israeli forces raided the homes of the prisoners before their release in the occupied Jerusalem. They prevented them from any signs of celebration upon, of course, reuniting with their loved ones, sons and daughters. The families of the released prisoners were summoned to Al-Maskoubiya Center, where they were subjected to harsh and arbitrary conditions that prohibited them from gatherings, banned them from marches and fireworks, prevented them from chanting slogans, in addition to confiscating the sweets that were inside the houses.
Like, this is fucked. This is completely fucked. You're not allowed to, like, distribute sweets to kids who've been in prison. Fucking in prison. You know, it's just completely fucked. Like, what kind of cruel, horrific person does a thing like that, there's just absolutely no way that you can remotely say that there is any kind of moral superiority to the IDF. You can't do that. It's not true. You know, any kind of like liberal who's watching this going like, oh, Hamas is so bad, I don't believe that Hamas are like, of course, like, they're fighting for their liberation and stuff, but they're really problematic because they took a lot of hostages and like, I'm sorry. Doesn't compare to this. It just doesn't.
Also, there were assaults on journalists who were present at the homes of the released prisoners, and that was by physically assaulting them and expelling them out of the houses, prohibiting them from media coverage. That's what happened, these are the main violations happened in the West Bank and occupied Jerusalem in the past 3 days of the prisoner exchange.
Can you talk about particular
cases? No, this is it. The difference between hostage treatment, that's like so big. You have to remember that, like, materially how Palestinians are affected. Forget ideology. People hate to discuss ideology. People who are not politicized hate to discuss ideology. I'm politicized and I hate to discuss ideology. It's about materialism, right? It's about fucking materialism. Materially, do Chazans get to go to the same court as Israelis do when they get punished for a crime? No. Do they get the same rights? No. Are they able to get the same jobs that Israelis get? No. Do they have the same amount of food as Israelis have? No. Are they allowed to apply for state benefits? No. Do they have houses? Do they have, like, housing rights? No. All this stuff materially is just factual. It's not even a lie. It's not even like something where, like, in the UK, the politicians are always saying, oh, we love, to talk about, they love to talk about, like, oh yeah, we're going to abolish Section 21. Yeah, oh, we care about the homeless and stuff like that. They don't even lie about it in Israel. They don't even fucking lie about it in the Knesset. They're constantly talking about how they take pride in removing the rights of Palestinians. They're not fucking bothered. They don't pretend. You can measurably and provably discuss this. I love discussing ideology. Hello, Valerie. Welcome to the stream. Hello.
Of young people.
Like all right-wingers, look at are more concerned with preserving their own power than they are with safeguarding the lives of their people. Yep.
Are imprisoned at Tal Nasser. You're speaking to us from Ramallah. If you can talk to us, for example, about the case of, of the young man who was Ahmed Manasra. Tell us when he was arrested, what happened to him when he was 13 years old.
Yes. Okay, so regarding Ahmed Manasra, so he was arrested when he was 12 years old. And he was on attempts of stabbing an Israeli settler. He was interrogated in a very hard conditions inside Israeli prisons. He went under torture and ill treatment. He is now facing psychological illness and issues. Of course, he's not on the list of the prisoners supposed to be released within this exchange deal because he's over 18, while he was under 18. He was 12 years old when he was arrested. We hopefully think his name will.
Are you really fucking doing this? I don't think anyone is trying to imply that disabled people aren't able to understand context. You wouldn't like something, you wouldn't say that something you dislike is gay, even though that was normal in a previous time. Personally, I'm quite happy that we made that change in our norms of what is okay to say, and would like to unpack our language further, especially in cases where neurodiverses are equated with horrible things. Just my opinion. I won't push further. Yeah, please don't. Please stop with this shit, right? I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. When you can come to me and show me, yeah, how like, okay, don't start bringing in Kira with this. I've spoken to Kira about this. Don't start trying to like draw like a wedge in between me and my fucking co-host. What are you doing? Do you think I've not spoken with Kira about this? She knows that I disagree. You know, here's the thing about me and Kira. We can respectfully disagree. Yeah? That's the thing, because we're comrades. Yeah? That doesn't make Kira like sanist, because she like says, okay, well, you know, Mule, I've spoke to you about this, and I know I'm not going to convince you. Okay, it's whatever. Like, you know, if this is the thing we disagree upon, then fair enough. I think we've done pretty good. You know, that's it. So, you know, don't bring in my co-host to be like, it's like, oh, Kira disagrees. Come on. I don't want to fucking discuss this because I don't think it's productive. I don't think it helps, you know, mentally ill people's material conditions. I don't think it. And do you know what I'm saying that as? I'm saying that as a mentally ill person. I'm emotionally fucking invested in this. I've suffered sanism my entire fucking life. I've been to fucking therapists who've said, oh, he's just doing it for attention, when I've been fucking self-harming. Do you know what I mean? Don't come into my fucking chat and be like, you don't understand, it's not that. It's unproductive. It doesn't get anyone fucking anywhere. It doesn't help you, it doesn't help me, it just winds people up. Forget it. I don't want people discussing this in my fucking chat. I don't want people doing it. Talk to me about the material conditions of mentally unwell people. Yeah? Talk to me about the material conditions of people who are diagnosed with psychopathic disorders. Talk to me about the liberation of people in... Do you know what the mentally ill liberation group in London is called? They're called Mad Pride. They're called Mad fucking Pride. Yeah? So go talk to them about it. Go talk to them about how their name is problematic. Do it. Do it. And that's the end of it. Yeah, that's the fucking end of it. I don't mind calling myself mad. I don't mind calling myself mental. I'm reclaiming that. Yeah, I'm reclaiming that. And I know that when people are talking about things in context of like, oh yeah, someone's acting insane, someone's acting like a psycho, I know they're not talking about mentally ill people. There are some people who do, and it's easy to see that. If it becomes a recurring thing, if it becomes like a very recurring thing, like, oh, you're really mentally unwell, or you're really, you know, can we like go off like how people act? And again, you know, what actual harm is being done? So anyway, unproductive. That's it. That's the end of it. That's my stance on that. It's very reminiscent of New Left linguistics. The skeleton of it makes a certain amount of sense, but it certainly absorbs an endless amount of time and effort for questionable gain. Yeah, well, this is how I feel. Anyway, listen, look, we're talking about Gaza. We're talking about a fucking genocide, innit? Do you know what I mean? Look, let's focus on this, yeah? Let's focus on this, innit?
Be on the next list of the supposed to be released from Israeli prisons, but until now, nothing is accurate about the many prisoners. Talking about the prisoners who were released or their names were on the list, one of them is serves the highest sentence of all child prisoners. His name is...
No, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. As I said, I'm emotionally invested in this. So I apologize for getting wound up. Yeah, I apologize for getting wound up. To be fair, I've had people bring that up in the chat before. Not necessarily about me, but just, you know, related to that sort of issue. And I've ignored it. Right? I've ignored it. Because it's unproductive. It's unproductive. But I guess I just read it on a bad day. I apologize, Emmy. You know I don't hold any, you know, hatred towards you whatsoever or anything like that. You know that we're comrades. That's it. There's going to be disagreements in it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, hold my hands up. You know, got a little bit. You know, I am affected by how my mental illness controls my life. I am affected by how I have had systemic sanism. You know, suffered from that, like, you know, throughout my life. So yeah, let's just, you know, leave it at that, innit?
Muhammad Abu Qtaish, he is serving a 15-year sentence, which is the highest sentence among all the children. We're talking about a woman prisoner who was released before 2 days. Her name is Shuruq Dwayat. She is sentenced to 16 years old, and it's the highest sentence among the women prisoners. We're talking
it's all
about
good, Emmy.
injured and ill female prisoners who were released. One of them is Isra Al-Jabis, who suffered severe burns all over her body. We're talking about Fatima Shaheen. She's a woman, a prisoner who was released. She lost the ability to walk. She is paralyzed for being shot by the occupation forces. We're also talking about releasing 4 administrative detainees from women prisoners, in addition to 9 child administrative detainees. These are being held under administrative detention without a charge, without a trial, and indefinitely.
And let's talk about how many Palestinians are...
Again, without charge, without trial, indefinitely. Indefinitely. When's the release date? Don't know. Why? Because there was no trial. Why? Because there was no charge. Just put in prison. They're hostages. They're prisoners of war. Political prisoners.
Are imprisoned right now. Over 7,000, 2,000 of them from the West Bank since October 7th?
Not exactly. We're talking about over 7,000 Palestinian political prisoners inside Israeli prisons right now. More than 2,500 of them are being held under administrative detention. And talking about after the 7th of October, the number
That's it. That's literally it, Morgan.
Of the Palestinians detained after the 7th of October are being now held under administrative detention without a charge, without a trial. And after the 7th of October until this day, we're talking about 3,260 Palestinians detained in Israel.
That's right, Emmy. Yeah.
Until this day. So in less than 2 months, it's more than 3,000 Palestinians, including 120 female prisoners, including 41 journalists. And let me shed light on something. From Friday until this day, we're talking about more than
marked people. That's right, marked
that
people
were detained in the past 3 days only, from the beginning of the truce. So it's actually equal to the number of released prisoners within the exchange deal. So
this is the reality, folks. This is the reality. Just in case anyone is like still a little bit like dazed from the digression there. Listen to what she's saying. Yeah. 120 female prisoners, including 41 journalists. So let's listen to this bit again.
Including 41 journalists. And let me shed light on something. From Friday until this day, we're talking about more than 112 Palestinians that were detained in the past 3 days only, from the beginning of the truce. So it's actually equal to the number of released prisoners within the exchange deal.
Israel have not lost a number in terms of like how many people they have, you know. There is possibly even a net gain of Palestinian hostages held by Israel now. Right? Atrocities committed on behalf of the status quo rendered almost invisible. Even if you point it out, people will say, but that's just policing. I mean, this is it. It's like they're right? They're right. You know? It's like that is policing. That is the nature of policing. It's just to commit atrocities. You know? That's it, really.
So these mass arrest campaigns are still taking place in all the cities, villages, refugee camps in the Palestinian territories, and most of them are being held under administrative detention. Something important to note also, 6 Palestinian prisoners died or were killed inside Israeli prisons in less than a month. These 6, 4 of them were arrested after the 7th of October, and 2 of them were arrested before. Until now, we don't know the circumstances of their death, because we still don't have the accurate information, but the testimonies of prisoners and released prisoners affirm that they were brutally beaten inside the prisons. So like several violations have been taking place inside Israeli prisons after the 7th of October, and that's what we have documented throughout these 2 months.
Near Ofer prison in the West Bank, Hanan al-Barghouti spoke after she was part of the first group of 39 Palestinian detainees to be released. She said since October 7th, her family was not allowed to contact her after Israeli prison authorities launched a brutal crackdown on Palestinian prisoners. She says she was in September and placed in jail without charge or trial for an initial period of 4 months, subject to indefinite extensions under Israel's administrative detention policy. 4 of her sons
subject
are
to
also
indefinite detentions. Sorry, what was that? Indefinite extensions. So they go in prison uncharged, no trial, no charges for 4 months. So they make it sound like, oh, don't worry, we'll only hold you for 4 months. But then they have indefinite extensions. Indefinite extensions.
Administrative detention policy. 4 of her sons are also under arrest.
Yes, true.
The female prisoners
this is
await
her.
relief. The female prisoners are in agony. The female prisoners are very upset. They impose on us many humiliating things and all the things that hurt us. But we remained with our heads held high and steadfast and tolerant despite their sadism. God willing, we will free all the female prisoners and empty the jails.
So that's Hanan al-Barghouti, who was arrested in September and just released as part of the prison.
Unironically like something in 1984, yeah. I'm like, at this point, how do they not expect a violent response? They're intentionally torturing people in every way they can purely force standing against them. Yeah, this is it. Like, when people talk about, like, colonized people and, the atrocities that are put down on them, and the inevitability of resistance, this is what they mean. This is what they mean. We're seeing that right here. Sounding more and more like Guantanamo Bay. Again, Guantanamo Bay is a prime example of the imperialist, torture machine. And it is unironically like 1984. Disagree with what the state says? Get in prison. How long for? Yeah, they for real learned it from the US. They for real did. Even holding people incommunicado for a declared time is immoral, let alone arbitrarily. Yes, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Exchange. I actually want to put this question to Orly Noy. How are Palestinian prisoners perceived? I mean, the way you describe them, we talk about the Israeli hostages taken by Hamas on October 7th. You describe them as hostages of the Israeli state, with so many of them not even charged.
Yeah, here I should mention a word about the collaboration of the Israeli media with the general state attempt to portray each and every Palestinian behind bars as a terrorist. I mean, this is the one and only term that the Israeli media is referring by to the Palestinian prisoners. And it doesn't matter what they did. And if it's a 12-year-old child who threw stones or a grown-up man who did something more severe. They are all seen as terrorists, and the double standards, particularly in that area, is really mind-blowing, because the same system that allows every Jewish settler, citizen, or soldier or policeman to walk away after killing Palestinians under the most outrageous circumstances is the same system that treats a 12-year-old who threw stones as a dangerous terrorist.
Yeah, that's
and
right,
all of
Morgan.
a sudden,
Yeah.
You know, stones can kill and whatnot. So they are all seen as terrorists. And one of the most difficult tasks for human rights organization is actually to advocate for the conditions of the Palestinian prisoners who, as was mentioned before, which were harshened dramatically since October 7th. And we've been talking to some people, and we've been hearing heartbreaking, shaking testimonies about the conditions of Palestinian prisoners in the prisons these days. We are far away from the public eye, and even further away from public interest.
So where?
You know, I don't know if it was on the stream on Wednesday when we looked at it, but Ben Gvir or I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Ben Gvir, the guy who was talking about Palestinians before, like saying like, you know, they're not allowed to celebrate any joy. Any kind of joy seen is an act of like Nazism. You know what I mean? And he was taking him, like the media, Israeli national TV, around the what do you call it, the prison, and they were blasting the Israeli national anthem. They were blasting it full volume. And we know also that inside those cells, they've been cutting off the electricity, they've been cutting off the running water. You know, generally speaking, putting a human being in a cage, putting anything in a cage, actually is inhumane. And on top of that, this extra torture, completely vile. It's fascist.
Where do you see this going, Orly Noy? Do you see Israel, Hamas has already agreed to this, extending this truce for every day that they release 10 hostages? And what about the pressure on Netanyahu, where you had thousands of Israelis marching to his offices demanding hostages be number one over a military strike on Gaza?
I think the question would become crucial after the release of all the civilians, because we should keep in mind that Hamas is also holding in captivity Israeli soldiers, and without a doubt the price that they will demand for their release is going to be much, much higher than what we've seen so far. At the same time, and again going back to the role of the Israeli media, the media is pushing very hard to renew the war after those exchanges, and Netanyahu actually has a very big incentive to carry on the war because of those demands that you mentioned, because he knows that the day after the war, the Israeli public is going to hold him accountable for that catastrophe.
Yeah.
At the same time, nobody knows what Israel's end game is, and what is Israel's plan for the day after the war regarding Gaza. So all of that with...
Well, we know the plan, innit? We know the fucking plan. They're going to go for the West Bank. They're going to do the same thing in the West Bank. If the settlers haven't already done it, they're going to do the same thing in the West Bank. You know? Yeah, it's just fucking... It's just genocide. That's what they're up for.
the given situation in Gaza where when the residents of the already most densely populated place on earth are now squeezed in a smaller area, facing hunger, without clear water to drink, without proper medications, what will be the nature of the next phase of war, should there be one, under those circumstances, I really do not dare to even imagine that scenario.
Just have 30 seconds left, but I want to ask Tala about your knowledge of the number of arrests of people, of Palestinians in Gaza.
Yeah, that's right, Morgan.
In recent days, Israel arrested Ani Khattab, the head of Khan Yunis's medical center, and Mohammed Abu Salmiya, the head of the Al-Shifa hospital. We also, of course, know about Masab Abu Taha, who is known around the world, the Palestinian poet and writer. He was taken with about 200 others in prison, but because of tremendous pressure and outcry, especially from the United States news organizations, he was released, but the others weren't.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we have no information about Palestinians who've been imprisoned from Gaza until this day. We tried to contact, of course, the Israeli Prison Service. All the Israeli human rights organizations are trying also to find out the whereabouts and the situation of Palestinians detained from Gaza, but until now, we don't even know the numbers of these Palestinians. And of course, we do not know the circumstances of their arrest. We are also talking about, until this day, there are approximately 700 missing Palestinians who are likely detained in the occupation prisons, but we don't know the accurate information about their conditions. These are from the workers who've been working inside Israel before the 7th of October. Some of them were released at the Karm Abu Salem crossing, but there are approximately 700 that are now still missing, and we don't have any information about them. So we are trying and working to know the conditions they're being detained, and what are their condition and what are they going through right now.
Well, Tala Nasser, I want to thank you so much for being with us, lawyer with the Palestinian prisoner and human rights organization Adamir, speaking to us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and Orly Noy, Israeli political activist, editor of the Hebrew language news site Local Call, and chair of B'Tselem's executive board. We'll link to your new piece for Plus 972 magazine, What Israelis Won't Be Asking About the Palestinians Released for Hostages. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like...
It's just completely fucked, innit, chat? Like, absolutely awful. Like, words fail me, you know? Like, just more and more... more and more reports of just absolute fucking vile shit happening again and again and again and again. Don't be saying thanks, Big Amy, too soon, because we got another Democracy Now! Video to watch after this. It's a bit short. It's about 11 minutes long. It's called Meet the Israeli and Palestinian Combatants for Peace, Urging Nonviolence. This might be like... This one might be a little unbased. I don't know. We can critique it when we hear it and see what we think. I'm just going to go for a quick bio break, chat. So please, if you've not already, take your meds. Get up, have a stretch, go use the bathroom, have something to eat, all that kind of stuff. We've been here for like nearly 3 fucking hours already. That's crazy. Did not think that we were here for 3 hours. Where the fuck has the time gone? What's happening? I should probably also feed the cat. So I'll be back in a tick. Don't go anywhere. Leave some music on for you.
all sneaky beaky like.
What was that? Johnny, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Yes? Yes? Have you got something you'd like to say? Tom? He loves his Felix. This isn't an ad, I'm not paid. My baby boy. My baby boy is so hungry. Such a hungry boy. Such a hungry boy. Hey Conrad, what's going on? Yeah, he's here. He's here. Yes. It's dinner time. Come on, you cheeky boy. Everybody, please go follow Conrad Zimmerman. He's amazing. Amazing streamer. He's our producer over at Red Planet, so you know he's based. He's a very small boy. Very sweet small boy. Come on, show Uncle Conrad. Uncle Conrad. Don't show me bum. Yeah. Yeah. Tommy 2. Tommy 2. A little Tommy 2 times. Come on then. Come on. All right, I'm back. Tommy 2 times. Is that his first nickname? Yep, Tommy 2s. He's a fantastic little lad, isn't he? Fantastic little fella. So there you go. Thank you so much for the dono, Johnny, for getting a sneaky one in. We're only £16.63 away from the goal. Whoa, Emmy!
Please use this to buy Tommy a little toy or treat.
You know, that'll probably go towards Dreamies. I get Dreamies, like a big tub of them for like £5. Fully down for that. Emmy, thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing on Twitch. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you. Yeah, so now we've got less than £16. Whatever it is now, £11.63. So what's that? £1 from 11 people. There's definitely 11 people in here. I'm certain of it. Absolutely fucking certain of it. It could be you, chat. It could be you to unlock the cat cam permanently. And then we've got Tom all the time. You know? Wasabi has many nicknames. Yeah, well, I did. There's like a trend on Instagram, and I did that. I'm on Instagram, by the way, chat. I don't know if you knew. It's like an Instagram story thing. Like an Instagram story trend thing. Hold up. Quick little preview of my Instagram if you like, I guess. How do I like start this one again? You know, this is the kind of thing you can see. That was literally him on Red Planet. While we were doing Red Planet. Oh, Plink! Oh my god, long time no see. Thank you so much for the £10. My god. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I can't believe now, thanks to that, we're only £1.63 away from the goal. It could be you, chat. It could be you. Imagine. Thank you so much, everyone, so far for donating. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. When we get that £1 in, you better believe we're gonna do, you know, you better believe we're gonna be doing, you know, another mini hype train. Can't do math, sorry. Hey, listen, don't worry about it. It's all good. I don't care. Thanks so much for the £10. £10 is more than enough. Thank you very much. Piranha Plants Lullaby. Yeah, it's very cute. Cute song, isn't it? Using cute kitties to bait and switch people with radical leftism. Very based of you, Mule. It's true. This is how we do the revolution. Middle-earth Boxes with the £1. Thank you so much for the £1. Thank you so much. Let's get that £1 dono train on the go. Chat, £1 dono train. I want to see it. We only need one more. So there you go. Most of my Instagram is just posting about... Oh, this is funny as fuck. Oh, I should talk about this. I should talk about this, actually. So, we were talking about, like, the march against anti-Semitism, you know, before. And, like, you know, Tommy Robinson was marching there. Extremely funny that The Guardian said... The front of the anti-Semitism march... Wait, what? The wording there is so bad. Wait, what? The front of the anti-Semitism march? Shouldn't that be the front of the march against anti-Semitism? They've got that wrong. They've got that pretty wrong. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, let's face it. They kind of told the truth there. The front of the anti-Semitism march was led by the chief rabbi of UK, Ephraim Mervis, and Jewish notables like the actor Eddie Marsden. And then this is actually from the Times of Israel. This is actually from the Times of Israel. Eddie Marsden, who is not Jewish, portrays leader of anti-fascist group in Ridley Road. Twitter users claim he supports apartheid and the show is favouring Zionists. Maybe all their good editors are pro-Palestine. Yeah, probably true. Probably actually provably true. Anyway, there you go. So anyway, I was looking for the Tom thing. Where is it?
A couple of...
Have I know? Oh, here's the thing I was talking about. Oh my god. How do I get back to my story? Okay, so I don't have the Tom thing, but this is the thing I was talking about the kafir.
Hey, you're not Muslim, you're not Arab, you're not Palestinian, but you want to show your solidarity, so you want to wear the kafir. For that, I say, please wear it. As a Palestinian, you don't know how much it warms my heart when I'm out in public and I see...
There you go. Not a full video, but you can check that out. If you go to my Instagram and click on the video, you can see the full reel itself. So there you go. That's the thing I was talking about before. Where's the thing then? It must be like old expired stories. I don't really know, like, you know? Anyway, this is also the thing that I was saying before. So let's unmute this and listen to this. You remember I was talking about this before?
A is a word that the literal Nazis used. Yet Zionists say that they're not Nazis. This guy is called Brexit Brian, is a known fascist, friends with Tommy Robinson. We've now got people shouting Judenrat. The cops are doing absolutely nothing. Judenrat, that is literally a Nazi saying. We've now got people shouting Judenrat. The cops are doing...
At the march against anti-Semitism, just because you got the Nutroy Carter here, wearing the Palestinian flag, supporting Palestine, saying that it's... saying that the march is not, like, actually against anti-Semitism, you know? So, make of that what you will. Imagine a world in which these websites weren't designed to be as hard to use as possible. Yeah, definitely. Anyway, there you go. There's my Instagram. The Instagram thing that I was talking about that I didn't actually find, that's not on there for some reason, because maybe it's like an expired story or something, was this thing where it was saying it was like an Instagram trend that you could partake in, and it was like your pet's actual name and then the names that you call him, right? So I had like Tom, Tommy 2 times, Tommy 2s, Little Chicken, my baby boy, my sweet shining son, and then Bastard Dickhead. Because even though he's only been living with me for 2 weeks, these are all the things that I've already started calling him. So there you go. Anyway, we got more stuff to have a look at. We're back. Doing the stream properly again.
This news is funded
by... don't forget, chat. We're only 63p away from the goal. Now, you can't donate 63p because I've kind of like made that a thing so that people can't come in and troll and do troll donations, right? So, someone will have to, unfortunately, donate £1. We're so close. We're literally that close. We're literally that close, chat. And then we'll watch another music video.
By viewers like you.
And we'll leave the cat cam on for the rest of the stream. And we'll get him up here, you know? We'll get him up here.
Support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue to cover the truce in Gaza and prisoner hostage releases, we're joined by two of the founders of the group Combatants for Peace. Avner Vishnitzer is a member of one
Don't forget,
of
sub off Twitch. The command's in the chat. Thank you, Prince.
Commando units. He's joining us from Jerusalem.
Let's give £1.63 just to have the nice round number. Yeah.
And in Ramallah, we're joined by...
Where do I give and how much time is left? Well, you've got until Friday. So, well, not Friday, Thursday. You've got until Thursday. But, you know, if you did it now, that would be amazing because then we could have the cat cam on for the rest of the stream. From tomorrow, we could have cat cam the whole fucking time. That's the incentive. It depends how much cat cam you want. You know? And anyway, the link is up there. It's the Streamlabs link that Prince Infidel's put in the chat with the thing about thingy, you know? I've forgotten what I just said because I got distracted by something on my phone. I have a foster kitty I'm calling Kiki Many Beans, which also becomes Stinky Beans, Grumpy Beans, the Piss Princess Stink. Yeah, I'm coming up with like new ones for Tom because he has a habit of like, whoa!
Is that £1? I don't understand exchange rates.
Prince, thank you so much for donating my favorite number. Thank you so much. It's there. Chat, we should just put that in the stream just because, you know, it's a cool number. It's a cool number to put in the chat, you know. Whoa, Morgan! Thank you for the £1. Thank you for the £1. That's right. Now, you know what that means. We did it, chat. I'm so fucking proud of you. Thank you so much, everybody, for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. It's over. I'm gone. Bye. I'm joking. So, My work here is done. Listen, we're gonna watch some cool shit. We're gonna watch a cool music video. Let me see what I got. Let me see what I got. A song that I was reminded of recently. Is this. Great Bang. They're called Living Color. The tune is called Cult of Personality. And I love it very much. So, VOD watchers, that's what we're going to be watching. And I'll see you again in 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, VOD watchers. Yes, we have a cat. Yes, the dono goal is gone. Yeah, we're going back. We're going back to politics. We're going back to some politics. We got cat cam now, though. We got little Tommy 2s there, little Tommy 2 times. And my cat cam has let me know, actually, that I left the light on in the fucking... in the kitchen. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave it on. Because if I even remotely move, Tom will take that as an indication that I'm making some kind of food. And he will remove himself from the vicinity. It's just kind of how he does things. Wait, will that work? No. I gotta try and make the how do I make the oh god. Is the exposure's not great. Oh, okay, if I do it like that and then I bring up like the brightness. Is that okay? Does that look alright? And then let's zoom in a bit. Zoom in for Tommy 2s. There he is. Little fella. Okay, right. Let's crack on with this. So this is me, the Israeli and Palestinian combatants for peace urging non-violence. Let's see what this has got to say. Again, there might be a little bit of cringe, anti-revolutionary stuff in here. Not entirely sure, but let's see what they got to say.
By Suleiman Khatib, who spent more than 10 years in prison after an altercation with 2 Israeli soldiers. They recently co-wrote an article for the New York Review of Books headlined Combatants for Peace. Suleiman, let's begin with you. As you see Palestinians released from prison in exchange for the...
Oh, also, just before we continue, I agree, Conrad. Rock as a genre is dead, dead, dead. Yeah, it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. I agree. I wish there was more. I wish there was more rock music in popular media nowadays. It's capitalism, right? It's capitalism. Capitalism dilutes the actual sort of like progressive music being made. Yeah. Hey, Beanie Gaby, what's up?
Israeli hostages and those of other nationalities who've been released. Can you talk about your thoughts as a former man imprisoned yourself?
Firstly, thank you, Amy, for having us, myself and my partner and brother Avner in Jerusalem. And as I heard your interview with the colleagues, speakers before us that explain in details about the prisoners and the hostages exchange.
Yeah, Tom's here.
I definitely feel a lot of empathy to the prisoners, especially we are talking about kids, actually, women and kids. That makes me feel optimistic, and that shows also, unfortunately, where the dehumanization and the multi-standards, double standards that exist in this place.
Just something that you can observe here. In Suleiman's home, there's bars on the windows, yeah? Now, this isn't because there's a lot of crime in his area. This is because Zionists know where he lives and are incentivized to vandalize his house, right? So it's not to prevent people from getting in and like stealing stuff in terms of just like generally speaking. It's to prevent people from literally stealing his home, right? Literally like coming into his house, stealing his home, And also, like, just vandalizing his house, throwing stuff in, like, throwing bombs in and shit like that. You know, these are all things that Israeli settlers do to people in Jerusalem and the West Bank.
And definitely as a ex-prisoner personally and combatants for peace in our organization that include Palestinian and Israelis, that we live with a more multiple complex narrative, we would like really both the
nice try,
Israeli,
dickhead. See you later.
government and the Hamas in Gaza to release the prisoners, the civilians that were taken hostages in Gaza.
Yeah, that's
and
right,
the
Morgan.
prisoners that we are talking about, thousands of them, and some of them without charge even in jail. All these prisoners and hostages have families, have rights, and as we see, unfortunately, their rights of by international law were not granted.
Tom's letting us know what he thinks about what Solomon's saying in how the Israelis treat Palestinian prisoners by licking his arsehole. That's what he's doing right now.
My self-experience.
You're lucky enough you can't see that directly on stream, but he's surely doing that.
That I've been in jail when I was actually 14 under a military court. So I know the meaning of separating from your family and being without rights, basically. I know the meaning of that.
And what inspired you now to commit your life to peace as a co-founder of Combatants for Peace?
Yeah, the bars on the windows don't help much. That's right, Prince. Yeah.
And I participated. I'm a very active person since my childhood, very committed to the liberation and freedom of our people. I participated in different hunger strikes, food hunger strikes in jail, and that was my first introduction and transformation to nonviolence and the power of nonviolence. Through my experience and learning about the history of the conflict and learning, I also know Hebrew very well, and I'm coming from indigenous Palestinian family that has living around here, outside of Jerusalem, almost more than 500 years.
Hey, Samuel, how you doing?
I has been opening my heart and my soul and my mind to find partners in the Israeli side that reach the same conclusion, which is basically as simple as no military solution for this conflict. And it's beyond that, because for us, nonviolence is ideology. We advocate for nonviolence, and we advocate for liberation that's collectively connected both Palestinians, despite, of course, the power dynamic and the occupation, which we challenge and we talk about it clearly. I believe that, as I said, our freedom and our needs for freedom and for dignity and for human rights, both Palestinians and Israeli, is legitimate. The strategies that has been taking place, not just lately since October 7, but of course, like over decades of occupation and apartheid system, and the violence and the ideology of violence, whether it's coming from a settler violence or it's coming from religious violence from Hamas side, we are opposing this clearly and publicly. We are offering a different direction that based on partnership and common interest and common values, based actually on an old story that we, Jewish and Palestinian and Arab, we could live in coexistence next to each other, and our identities can really be safe and practiced in the land where we belong.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know why I was muted there. So again, I was saying that there's like some kind of like unbased stuff that's going to be in this. And he's kind of talking about Hamas as if they're like some kind of like ISIS type organization where they're just doing violence for religious sake, and they're like, you know, doing they're not doing like resistance based stuff. You know, you could criticize Hamas if you want, like you can say that they're like I don't know, their tactics aren't effective enough or whatever, you know, this kind of stuff. But you can't sit there and be like, oh, they're just religious nuts. Like, they don't really believe in anything. Like, oh, it's just whatever. They just want to do violence for the sake of violence. It's crazy Islamic stuff, right? You know, you can't just do that. You gotta like say, well, no, actually they're fighting for liberation. And they have said, literally, like, you know, if you want to talk about like coexistence, they've said that they want a state where people could coexist. You could literally go and Google this. You could Google the Hamas Charter, like the most updated one. They've literally said, we want a state where people can peacefully coexist with each other outside of, you know, religious ideology and political ideology, stuff like this. So again, there's going to be unbased stuff in this. There's also the idea that, you know, there has to be like a non-violent solution on the Palestinian side. Whereas, like, I actually genuinely believe, I don't think there's a non-violent way out of occupation. Some may see that as extreme, but like, I just see that as materially true. You know, if you allow the oppressor to like constantly oppress you without any resistance, I think that just results in genocide. I think that even with resistance, it's just going to result in genocide. It's already resulted in genocide. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, how can we condemn people for fighting against Israel? You can't condemn them for wanting their homes back. You can't. Like, this is within living memory. Do you know what I mean? I was going to have sympathy for this position, but to paint all violence by Hamas as religious violence is just untrue. You know, I don't think there's like, there's every possibility that this person is saying what he believes to be beneficial to his cause in a pragmatic way, right? There's every chance that this person is saying this because he believes that this is going to help, you know, get humanity and understanding from the Israeli side, because the Israeli side are unfortunately far more susceptible to propaganda against Palestinians. You know, they only see one side of the story. They're protected by the Iron Dome, etc., etc. So, and again, like, this is sort of like you know, we can respectfully disagree. Right? We can respectfully disagree with this kind of thing because it's like, this is a diversity of tactics. Yeah, it's a diversity of tactics in terms of like, you know, this guy is saying that we want to utilize non-violent means and how that can be successful. It can be successful in certain ways, right? Because, you know, when you look at like movements in the past, there's always been like a non-violent movement that has then been sort of like basically, you know, overtaken by a violent movement because the non-violent movement is unfortunately toothless, and then people have gone, okay, actually we want to negotiate with the non-violent people because the the alternative is much worse, right? So that's kind of my stance on this, right?
And it doesn't have to be.
Tom would take umbrage if I tried to pet him while he was cleaning himself. Yeah, 100%.
Friends,
he's not down for that shit.
Where is it about us or them? Eliminate them and the army force options. We don't believe in this anymore, and definitely after I was released from jail, I committed my life to bridge the gap among our people with other activists, and the road is long. I know this is a long journey. It's not necessarily even for our generation.
Let me bring Avner Vishnitzer into the conversation. You are a former member of one of the IDF's elite commando units. What inspired you to help found Combatants for Peace?
Hi, and thanks for having us. For me, it was the gap between the way I was raised to believe that Israel is a safe haven for the Jews and that it's essentially a liberal democracy, and the reality of the occupation, which I learned to really know up close only after my service. I was at that time in my early 20s and still a reserve soldier in that same unit. And what I saw in the early 2000s.
That's right, Jojo, yeah. I agree.
The South Hebron Hills and around Nablus and different places around the West Bank really brought me face to face with the systematic oppression, of which I was only vaguely aware. and it exposed, it created a dissonance. The declared values of Israel as a democracy and its backyard, in which none of these values are valid. And I felt that I can no longer talk the talk and act as if this backyard did not exist. And I refused to serve in the occupied territories in late 2004. And then thinking that it's not enough to just refuse and absolve yourself from this systematic violence. It is crucial also to struggle against it actively, because you can only refuse once. And at that point, it was early 2005, we were approached by a group of Palestinians who were curious about this refusnik phenomenon, and then we started meeting, and these meetings later led to the formation of Combatants for Peace.
This should give you so much hope, by the way, because this guy is someone who's been in the army, reserve army, so like maybe not been in active duty or anything like that, but he's been part of the machine, you know. I don't know if he was born in Israel or if he was, you know, if he moved there on birthright or whatever, but the fact of the matter is he was part of the system. Then during his service, he was like made vaguely aware of the system. You know, he actually literally says it just there. It's like, I wasn't aware of like the systemic, you know, oppression that was going on. And then after his service, started to like open his eyes to it, like going, yeah, my colleagues did talk about that. They did talk about like literally exterminating all Arabs. They were super racist. Like they were, oh shit, this is fucking bad. You know, there are lots of people, there are lots of Israelis who do, you know, military service for the IDF, also known as the IOF. And they come out of it and they're like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. Ilan Pappé is, you know, an example of that as well. Ilan Pappé, who's published literally like 4 books on the oppression of Palestinians by the colonialist project of Israel. So, you know, super like, you know, common to see this. Not only should it restore your faith in, you know, the fact that like, you know, even some of the worst people can actually turn around and go like, oh yeah, shit, this is like not that good. You know, it should restore your faith in fucking humanity. Like there are people who see this and they, you know, they feel fucking humanity for the oppression that's going on. They're like, oh shit, this is wrong. So, you know, a very hopeful thing to take away from. Not in the right frame of mind to put together work an essay on it, but the concept of religious violence itself is something that is used all the time to render conflict incomprehensible. It's instrumental to the propaganda surrounding war that both sides are seen to be equally incomprehensible and foreign. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. You know? It's like there is a certain amount of recuperation that goes on in, for example, like I hadn't seen this before, but in like Western conflicts where like, because this is what neoliberalism is famous for, right? Like recuperating liberal ideas. And they did it massively in Ukraine, being like, oh, these are indigenous people and they're like resisting and stuff like that. And it's like, so you want us to think of them like people in the imperial periphery, but they're within the imperial core. And no, Ukraine is not an imperialist country. And Putin did not have the right to just go to war and like kill a bunch of fucking people there. But in terms of like, you know, trying to paint Ukraine as this like big liberal thing that you should get in behind, and it's like leftist, it's about liberation, it's about help and this, that, and the other. And it's like, well, actually, no, that it's an imperialist sort of like, you know, project to make it like a client state. And then all of a sudden, oh shit, dude, like looks like we ran out of aid to send you. Looks like you gotta give us those loans for weapons now. Do you know what I mean? Like not focusing on a peace deal when there was already so much damage being done, and now Ukraine is like permanently fucked, like permanently fucking fucked because of the like, encouragement by the West to like keep fighting this war. Don't go to the peace table. Don't do it. You know what I mean? But in terms of like making it incomprehensible, that was part of it, right? It was part of it to sort of frame it at this like, yeah, like it's definitely this, and it's like, no, actually, like it is literally just like an empire going to war with another empire, basically, and it's on top of that, when it's outside of the imperial core, then it's always like, oh, it's religious, right? It's religious. So it's incomprehensible, so don't try and discuss it. Like, don't think about it, yeah? Zionist propaganda that's used on Jewish people is especially disgusting. Latch on to the very real fear of anti-Semitism, the Holocaust, and weaponize it to make them feel fear when they see Palestinians or Arabs. Yeah, that's right. Similar to U.S. armed forces, a friend of mine that was once in the U.S. military intelligence pointed out to me how much the army spends in intimidating and silencing people who've left the military. Yep. Because so many of them are so against the military machine having been part of it. Yeah, that's absolutely it. Yeah. Marcus, left flank vets. He's a great example of that. He's a vet, realized like war is a fucking racket. He was used. He was a rube. It sucks. It's a vile thing when civilians are like, basically like encouraged to murder people on behalf of the state in order to be able to survive. There was a couple of people who went on birthright with me who moved to Israel, became fanatical Zionists. I only grew troubled and disillusioned. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, it all depends on like, how politicized you are, and how, cognizant you are of propaganda and like what they try and do to people on birthright, like the way that they try and emotionally manipulate people, the way that they try and like, they basically have like pro-Zionist groups come to, the tour with people, and they like try and brainwash people in it. They try and brainwash people. But if you're, savvy to that, you're not going to fall for it, are you? You're going to be like, hang on a minute, this is a bit fucked. Not sure about this. Anyway, yeah, there's layers and layers and layers of understanding that you can have with this.
And we have been saying for almost 2 decades what we are still saying now. And we insist even more. As Sully said, there is no
to the toilet, chat.
Military solution. It's a fantasy, but a very dangerous fantasy. And we see now the horror and the fear and the hatred in Israel, in the West Bank, in Gaza. What happened on the 7th of October, the atrocities are unprecedented, and then Israeli attack on Gaza and settler violence in the West Bank, again unprecedented. The levels of violence keep rising, and the circle of violence just goes on because we are unable to undo the driving forces of this conflict. First and foremost, the occupation. It's not the only reason, but we believe it's the most important reason for perpetuating this conflict. And this is why we've been struggling against it for so long.
And what do you think?
We believe there is an alternative, and this is what we're trying to push forward.
That's what I want to ask you about. What is the alternative at this point? You have this truce that could end today, unless Hamas releases 10 prisoners a day, but Israel has said only up to 10 days, and that they are going to wipe out Hamas in Gaza. What is the alternative, Avner?
The alternative is not in this micro-tactic level. Sure, we are for the release of all hostages. We are for the release of prisoners. You've talked about the prisoners a lot during this program. We are talking about something far more fundamental, a sea change, which means the renewal of talks that would lead to a just political solution that is agreed on both sides and not imposed unilaterally.
Yeah, absolutely, Morgan. Yeah.
To support that political process that is so crucial, because right now there is no alternative. It's just brute force. And when people
We have 10 seconds left, but then we're going to continue the conversation.
When people are fed with the idea that there is no choice but violence, they respond with violence to each other. We need to open an alternative, a political process to end the violence.
We want to thank you both so much for being with us. We're going to do part 2 and post it online. Avner Vishnitzer, former Israeli commando, and Suleiman Khatib with Combatants for Peace. Thanks for joining us.
Buzz in. Everyone say thank you, Amy. That was pretty good. That was pretty good, chat. Enjoyed those little bits. Do you know what? I think if I put Tom like here, there you go. That's pretty good. Just it doesn't cover the chat then. Tar Amy, yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate that. So I've been doing this thing with him that like someone like a cat person on the internet said I should do, which is like when he does like the slow blink stuff. You know, when cats do like slow blinks, that you should do it back to them in like a really exaggerated manner so that they know that like you're doing the same, like you feel the same way. It's basically cat for like I love you and I feel protected in it. Do you know what I mean? But he's asleep now, so it's good body language. They recognize it. Yeah. It's really sweet. Yeah. So been doing a bit of that. In case you wondered what I was doing when I was looking at him going like this. Yeah. I don't think I need to do it as crazy as I have been doing it. I think you can just be like, and they'll like be cool with that, you know? Next comes headbutts of love and affection. I mean, he does that when I like come in from being out, you know? He doesn't make biscuits on me, but he does make biscuits like on my dressing gown. So I've seen him doing this twice. I've caught it. It's like he does it secretly. It's really funny. Like I came in from, what was I doing this morning? Oh, I was getting ready. I was having a shower and stuff. And I came in to my bedroom where like my dressing gown, I'd put that on the bed, right? And he was like on my bed, like curled up, going like that on the fucking on the dressing gown. It was so funny. It was so funny. Ramses used to be big on cheek rubs. Oh, he loves cheek rubs. I could probably get him to do that now. Just a little bit. He gets a little bit upset if like you pet him the wrong way. So he doesn't seem he doesn't quite seem up for cheek rubs just yet. Angel Tom, hi baby, how's it going? Yeah, look at those little beans. Look at those little beans. He's got his beans out. Oh shit, what am I fucking doing here now? Oh, there we go. Alright. Okay, cool. I love how cats have a billion unique personalities and none of them are bad. Yeah, literally. Literally none of them are bad. All cats are beautiful, it's true. Pet buds of affection for my sister's cat is so cute. So incredibly cute. Yeah. And he loves Elle Woods, but trans in the chat, my partner as well. Like, he loves her. Like... Yeah, he's chilling. He's chilling out. Like, he actually, like, loves coming up here and chilling when I'm, like, editing and streaming and stuff. Like, despite the treats. You know? Anyway, listen, we got some more stuff to do. Because I came on late, we got, like, 20 more minutes of the stream left to go. And I want to start with this stuff. Because I think it's just super fucking funny. I want to do like a bit of this stuff. And it's a phenomenon that I want to talk to you about. It's called gooning. But that's the title that I'm going with. Gooning content, not clickbait. You'll see why in a minute. This is something that I found out about this weekend. It's vile. This is only done by degenerates, disgusting people, and people who have no relation to communism. You know, they don't know what they're doing. A lot of sovereign citizens do it. Yes, that's right. If you're thinking what I'm hoping you're thinking, yes. Oh wait, no. Wait, what are you talking about? No, I would never. No, I would get banned from Twitch. I would get banned from Twitch actually. If I was to... No, this is... Oh, you're all disgusting. No, it's nothing like that. Actually. No, it's nothing like that. Yes, this is the very real... the very real phenomena of fascists kind of like... and sovereign citizens... sort of like misunderstanding... Like creating their own culture... And in the process, not realizing that they're making something that already has a meaning. So gooning, the leftist understanding of gooning, because we're cool and very serious and we don't have any jokes in our content or any jokes in our culture or anything like that. It's about like masturbating so much that you become hypnotized. Like that's the common vernacular understanding of it in leftist circles, yeah. But in right-wing circles and sovereign citizen circles, gooning content is where you have a go at bailiffs or you have a go at TV license goons. Yes, it's about hired goons, private goons who come to you on behalf of the council or who come to you on behalf of the BBC, etc., etc. Now, the sad thing about this is that there is an element of baseness to this, isn't there? It's absurd that the BBC demands that people pay a TV license, who may have to be subject to like a home inspection, right? It's absurd that we do this with like a government-funded thing that is basically spouting conservative propaganda on the daily. Yeah, it's absurd actually that we should be subject to bailiffs evicting us from our home or taking our property when we cannot afford things like bills and rent on account of material conditions being so shit under capitalism, right? So that's actually based to know your rights and tell, or even if you're not like doing it in a rights-based legal way, to tell them to fuck off, yeah? Even though I would never encourage anyone to break the law, on account of me being a responsible Twitch streamer, I would never ask you to do that. The law is the arbiter of all morality, so please don't be wrong and bad in any capacity regarding this stuff. But here's some people who are doing that. Here's some people who are indeed gooning. So let's have a look at this guy. I don't know who this guy is. I'm not going to share his content because he's probably some kind of English libertarian sovereign citizen knobhead. Excuse me. It is illegal to break the law, isn't it? That's right, Googie Ham. Yeah, I think that's a very fair comment. I've heard they can barge in even if you use streaming because they have a suspicion that you're pirating. They can't do that by the law. They're not allowed to do that. The law doesn't support them in that, actually. So knowing your rights, that would be breaking and entering. So TV license people, they can't just break in like that. But they make you think that they can do that with their, letters that they send you and stuff. Even county court bailiffs in the UK actually can't use force to enter your property or remove you from the property. That would be assault and breaking and entering. They have to go for a high court warrant if they want to do something like that. Conrad Zimmerman says, would you say they're coming right up to the edge of understanding? Yes, I would say that, yes. Tish. Very good. Yes, absolutely. Never allow anyone claiming to be an authority to enter your home, ever. Absolutely. Conrad is, as always, based and correct. This is advice from Citizens Advice Bureau. Yeah, literally Citizens Advice Bureau, yeah. Yeah. They say this in the UK, yeah. Okay, let's see what this guy's got to say. Terrible hair.
Welcome to my little corner of the YouTubes.
I love these fucking Fiverr animations. It like if at this point, like, this is so fucking good. I love like breaking this shit down. Like from a graphic design point of view, from like an editing point of view, it's like, okay, this starting
and welcome to my little corner of the YouTube.
This point to like this point, it looks pretty good, innit? It's like, whoa, we got this like big sweeping shot moving over the text. But at this point, when you see the font, then it becomes a joke, doesn't it? Alex Jones from Wish.com, yeah. Like if this had something else, like a big like graphic image that someone had actually like made with like, a bit of a bit of like passion for what they're doing or something, this would actually look really good. Just that like bit of editing to support that would be amazing. Like the 3D rendering of it and stuff like that. But the fact that it's like this font just makes it so bad. It's so bad. This goon content is what I would call a hard cut. It's true. Oh shit, they got the glow on there as well.
Yes, hello and welcome.
Sudden intensity, yeah. Yeah, he's like a very like, yeah, it doesn't suit his personality. He's not like going, this is the Mr. Jones show. He's not like presenting it like that. So it comes from like, I'm actually like quite a nice guy. Like he's kind of lovable. He's kind of like a little, cute guy. And then it's like little corner of the internet. It's like, literally, yeah. The cat is like, what are you doing? The cat is like, shut the fuck up, dude. Zimmerman horns, that's it, innit? Zimmerman horns, and then Uncle Barry. Fucking great.
Let's crack on with it, shall we? This is just a compilation of Goon videos that I've downloaded from an internet.
It's a compilation of Goon videos that he's just downloaded from the internet. Nothing to worry about here, gang. Nothing to worry about here.
So I do hope you enjoy them. Some of them will make you laugh. And some of them will trigger you, and I will take no responsibility whatsoever.
I do find that as well. I do find that some gooning content is triggering, and it is. Some of it is comedic, isn't it? Some of it is actually quite comedic. So come and have a look at your uncle's gooning compilation.
Thank you very much. However, if you do like the video and you do enjoy what I do, please consider subscribing. Please also click like and comment.
Hey Adam, what's up?
I will answer
from an internet. He did say from an internet, didn't he?
That may pop my way. So sit back, relax, and listen to the dulcet.
Just before we move on to his goon content, chat, does anyone like have an idea of what this might be in the corner here? I'm just gonna like computer enhance this real quick. What's that? He's got like a picture on his wall. It's a football stadium. Okay, it's a football stadium. He's a football fan. Yeah. I thought it was like a UFO. I thought it was a UFO. I hope it gets turned into a bloody UTE by the end. Oh my god. Yeah, I hope he's got good antivirus if he's downloading all that shit. Also, hi Manticore, welcome in. Hey Skadader, I thought it was a boat, but it looks like a hemorrhoid cushion. Yeah. Also, everybody go follow Squid. He's great. How you doing, pal? Right, let's crack on.
Sold as some TV licensing goons. Dear oh dear.
So this is 14 Newbridge
View? Just for the camera, I'm recording.
Notice the BBC sales scrotum is only interested in pushing his questions. He doesn't seem happy when answering questions. Yeah. Yeah.
What's your name?
This is 14 Newbridge View.
Yeah, what's your name, sir?
Obviously, I'm calling today about...
Yeah, what's your name, sir?
Justin.
Justin?
Yes.
What's your second name?
I don't have to give you my second name,
What?
sir.
Just for the camera, what's your second name?
Obviously, this is 14 Newbridge View.
Yes, for the camera.
What's
your second name? What's your second name?
Can I take a note of
What's your second name?
I don't have to give you my second name.
What's your second name?
This is TR1 3FG.
Sorry, what's your second name?
The thing is that, like, in the interest of transparency, this guy might not give his second name, and that's fine. But he does have to supply identification. He does have to have, like, a badge that you will be able to read his second name on, right? You can't just like have a guy come to your gaff who's like, yes, is this the address that I can see on the thing? Yeah, okay, I need to come in and do a TV license inspection, because they'll come in, they'll take photos of your credit card, to leave. You might think it's all good, and then the next thing you know, you're bankrupt, right? You know what I mean? Like, there are people who do this like scam artist stuff. And so that's like completely understandable. They have to do that. But you know, I would encourage people to question people, especially like if they say that from the BBC TV license thing. Also, I would say you don't have to open the door to them, so you don't have to do that either. You know?
Are you going to provide me with your second name?
I've just showed
If
you
you're
my
not,
ID,
no.
sir.
Let's have a look then. Does it provide your name on that?
Of course it does, sir.
Where? Where's your name?
You don't record the card.
Yes. Yeah.
No, you literally like I don't think it would be like okay to record the card to put it on YouTube, because that's like data protection or whatever. But I think you could definitely, like, you know what I mean, like record the card for your own personal knowledge. You know, him saying like you don't record the card. You know. Or they're just casing the joint. Yeah, it could be that as well. If you don't open the door, you can't make that sweet, sweet content. That's true. That's true. And sovereign citizens love to make content, don't they? You know, maybe we should do some kind of like Sovsit bingo where he's going to say in a minute Magna Carta, or he's going to say like, I have the right, I'm traveling, or something, something of that nature.
Yes, I'm going to record. I want your second name. For you coming around here harassing me.
That's right, Ori.
Yes, you
Welcome
are.
in.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're coming around here harassing me. You've knocked on the door a few other on occasions as well.
Time, sir.
No, it's not.
It's a new job for me,
No,
sir.
it's not. We had a letter.
Maritime
from the
law.
Yes, I'm not harassing you.
Okay, what's your second name? If you're not going to provide me with your second name, can you please leave my property? This is private property. If you're not going to provide me with your second name, can you please leave my property?
I'll leave you some ID, sir.
No,
Yes.
no, with your correct name.
I've told you my name. I just
No,
showed
no,
you.
your first and second name.
Justin Moses, sir.
Right, okay, provide it onto there then.
Onto here?
Yeah.
Well, sir, I'm only coming to make an inquiry, sir.
No,
you're
you're harassing me. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I can see you're a new tenant.
No, you're harassing me.
And again, like, you know, this is sort of like the result of people not being politicized. Working class people not being politicized. it becomes this sort of like sov-sit nonsense where it's like, okay, actually, yeah, you know what? You should have a right to not let random people in your home and force you to pay a thing so that you have to watch government propaganda, right? I'm backing that. But, you know, if you're doing that from an individual sort of protection thing, yeah, it's fine to care about your own individual privacy and stuff like that. That's completely fine. But, like, you know, you should be trying to make your neighborhood aware of it as well, right? Make your neighborhood aware of it so that everybody's like, look, you know, it'd be really cool if we all just kind of like, you know, stop watching BBC, don't pay the license. You don't have to pay the license if you're not watching it, you know, and that's that, basically. Don't answer the door to the fucking goons, yeah? But again, this is kind of like a know your rights thing. But then what you have to also remember is that BBC licensing guys are unfortunately like known by the police, and you know, as soon as they like say, oh yeah, I'm with the TV licensing, this person's not got a TV license, they're not letting me in the house, they've opened the door though, so you know, with your help I could get in and do an inspection and maybe you'd be able to get a conviction if they're not able to pay the fine, right? So they're bastards. They are bastards, absolutely, they fucking are. And the cops will support them. And the cops, 2/3 of women in the UK are in prison because of opening the door to TV license inspectors, and then they're not able to pay the fine. Now, a lot of these women are migrants, yeah? So people whose first language is not English, so they don't understand why you have to pay. Like, imagine you're coming from a country, yeah, where, like, they don't have anything like BBC, TV license stuff, and you get it, and they're like, yeah, you got to pay this thing to watch TV. Fuck off. I'd be the same. But then they don't understand that, like, you can't let these fuckers in your gaff because they'll just try and say that you are watching it. They'll try and say, oh, you are actually pirating BBC content. You are watching BBC content without a license. Have you got a license for that TV, mate? It's the most British thing in the fucking world. I hate it.
If you're not going to provide me with your second name and show me your identification, can you please leave my property?
I just showed you.
This is private property, right? If you're not going to... let's have a...
This is also true. This BBC goon has as much authority as your milkman. You should just ignore them. Yeah, very true. Very true.
Look at your card. Let's have a look at your card, then.
You don't have to record my card. It's confidential. I'm showing it to
right,
you.
Can you leave my property?
Okay, I will.
No, can you leave my... No, now. Can you leave my property? This is private property. Leave my loft property. If you're not going to provide me with your correct details, then leave my property.
I just showed you my ID.
2/3, Oren. 2/3 of women, yeah.
I haven't got a record of your name on there.
A record of my name?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to.
Because you've just said your name, Justin.
I did, yes.
Well, let's see it on your identification card then. Let's see your first and second name on your identification card.
I don't have to go into this now. It's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I'm come here out of all I'm doing is knocking on your door and asking because you're a new tenant. That's all I'm doing.
No, I've had people come round here before.
Oh, well, then I'll apologise, sir.
All right.
I did not know you've had anybody come before.
Right.
I am a new... It's a new
right. Are you going to provide me with your identification card?
I did give you my identification as soon as you opened the door.
Let's have a look then. Let's have a look at your identification card.
I don't understand, sir.
Can I see your identification card?
You know, I've come here out of all...
The more and more that I actually, like, am listening to this guy, I think he is a bit of a scam artist, actually. The way that he's saying, I don't understand, sir. I don't understand, sir. I think this guy actually might be trying to scam someone. I don't even think he's from the TV license. I don't even know if he's from the TV license, people. This is mad.
Faith, all I'm saying is I'm knocked on your door. I'm Justin from TV licensing, okay?
Right. Can I have a look at...
I know you're a new tenant. That's all.
No, we've been here years.
Oh, well, I didn't know that, sir.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So, new job for me. I'm not here to harass you in any way, shape,
or
form.
What do you want, anyway?
I'm only updating... All I'm saying to you, sir...
We don't own a TV.
Oh, that's fine. There we go. That's it. If you don't own one, I can't do anything about it, can I?
Okay, yeah, exactly. If you put that on your form then and tell people to stop coming around and harassing me.
Yeah, I can knock you off for a total year, sir. I just need to see you don't have one, that's all.
Right, okay,
and
lovely.
That's if you're obliged to let me in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't put yourself through this kind of censored shit. Yeah, he's absolutely not a TV license guy. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, I don't think he was. Ask who they are if it's TV licensed and shut the door. If the person doesn't want to say who they are but keeps asking you, shut the door. If you want to help a dealer with BBC license, visit tvlicenseresistance.info. Should we go on that website? TV license resistance. Oh shit, it's all one word. Resistance.info. Let's see what's here. This is not a secure website, apparently. Oh no, don't go to that website. The domain has expired and may be available at auction. So no, don't go to that website. It won't help you. There's no information on there. That's quite funny. Okay, let's see the next one. TV license dude tends to be much more aggressive. They're not this nice. Yeah, I agree. They don't take, I don't have, oh. This is quite loud. I don't know why.
What do you want?
The license. Obviously it is, yeah. Television license.
What about it?
You don't have one?
Don't have what?
A television license.
Just to let you know, I'm filming, yeah.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Little say cheese. Thank you.
This one feels fake. I'm not sure about this one. I mean, it might be true because they are like very smug, self-righteous fuckers, TV licensing people. But it's like, I don't know if they would be that sarcastic. Yeah, no jacket, no identification. Maybe it's a hot day. I don't know. Anyway. She seems to have like the same form as the last guy, so maybe this is like an older thing.
Who are you anyway?
Television license.
No, what's your name?
Did she just, he just said, who are you? And he said, and she said television license. What's your gender? I'm a mechanic, you know, like.
Normally come to doors without introducing yourself. Can I see it? I never seen.
I don't think I can fucking show that on stream, you know. I don't know.
Here you are. You're not showing it?
Well, you should put your card and you should put the camera on.
I can't see. You took out your pocket too quick.
Hang on a minute. I just want to have a look at that off stream.
Took your pocket too quick.
Might be legit, but it's kind of in like, I'll just describe it to you because obviously I'm not going to show someone else's details on the stream. Looks like it could be faked. It's in one of those like card thingy, you know, like when people have those like little card wallets that are just for your cards, like for credit cards, business cards, etc. It kind of just looks like that. It looks quite used, but it also looks like it's on cards, so they could have just printed it out themselves. I don't know, might be true, might not be, but again, I'm not going to show it on stream.
I stopped. You're not giving me a chance to see that.
3 times.
So you're not giving me a chance to see your ID then?
Well,
you're coming to my door and you're not introducing yourself.
Well, just the same as when I asked if I could sit.
You know where you are.
Oh, but I'd just like to double check just in case.
Why?
I can get
Do you not know where you are?
Oh no, I can get it wrong.
Why?
Because you can.
Get what wrong? I don't want that.
Yes, but thank you very much.
She take that with you. Here. There your rubbish. You get on YouTube.
You're going on YouTube. It's so funny. Like, people do like say that as a threat. People do say that as a threat. You're going on YouTube and it's like, nothing's gonna happen to him, you know?
Oh. And show me some identity?
Let me just make sure there's no actual identity shown on this one.
It's not your own. I need to speak to Mrs. Richards. If it's not here, I'm not. Who are you again? Who are you? No, come on. You can say because I'm answering the door. Sorry, you're from TV licensing, yes?
I'm not from TV licensing.
Oh, who are you from then? You just said you're from TB licensing. You are going to get a smack in your face. I'm going to get a smack in my face?
Yeah, so this guy definitely isn't from the TV license. This guy is like threatening people and shit.
No, come on, you can say, because I'm answering the door. Sorry, you're from TB licensing, yes?
I'm not from TB licensing.
Oh, who are you from then? You just said you're from TB licensing.
You are going to get a smack in your face.
You know what? That is like a completely understandable feeling to have about someone like doing this like sovereign citizen shit to you. Even if you are like a scam artist or like a TV licensed person, it's like, oh, fuck off. Just fuck off, bro. Okay. Let's look at the next one.
I'm going to get a smack in my face.
I don't want to like incriminate anyone. This guy is like following this guy. Do you know what I mean? This guy is like following this guy. This is insane. He's following him like all over the fucking estate. Yeah, I'm not gonna play this one, just because like this guy could like legitimately get in trouble. Anyway, okay. What's this now?
I might do. Right. Oh, okay. There we go. Right, just to let you know, I'm recording you for my own safety.
Okay.
Right, if you'd like to move back, please.
Move back where?
If you'd like to step back, please.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. What's that?
This is my handheld device.
Right.
Can I ask why you're recording me?
For my own safety.
Who do you think I am?
I've not got a clue who you are.
Okay.
There's been 2 murders in the area.
Right.
I don't care. You've shown me no identification whatsoever.
No, I haven't. You haven't given an opportunity yet.
No. So that's why.
Okay. Can I also point that under the Data Protection Act,
Wrong.
I have a right to ask, first of all, that you don't record me.
You're on private property.
No, it doesn't matter whether I'm...
That's kind of true, I think. I think if you're on private property, you could just like be recorded. It's businesses that have to like adhere to GDPR law, as far as I know. It's not like personal individuals.
It does. You go on somebody else's property.
No, sir. Once I'm in your house,
no.
You have every right to do that.
No, don't think so.
I have implied rights of access to actually come and knock on your door.
You do not. I'm refusing your implied rights of access to enter these premises.
I will happily accept that when you put it in writing to me.
Right, will do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask what you're using that video camera for?
For my own safety and protection. The conversation...
Yeah, otherwise CCTV would be illegal, yeah.
I will happily...
So nothing can be twisted.
I will happily accept that on the condition that it's only used for your personal use.
It is for my personal use. If it's broadcast
anywhere else, I will personally come back and take civil action against you.
Wrong.
See, that's it. Like, all he can do is, like, civil action. So this guy knows his shit, actually. You would only be able to, like, do, like, a civil suit against someone who is, like, recording you that you don't want them to do. Like, it's not really in legislation anywhere. Yeah, so interesting. This guy might actually be from TV licensing.
Absolutely nothing you can do. There is no law stating that you can't film in a public place.
Under the Data Protection Act, if you take a personal image of me and use that without my express approval,
wrong.
You're in breach of the Data Protection
You're on private
property. For business purposes.
Whose property is it then?
You're
on private property.
There is implied rights of access.
No.
For me to knock on your door.
No, there isn't.
I'll show you my ID.
Let's have a look at the ID for the camera.
No.
I don't know. These guys just like, I don't know. These guys just don't like fucking... If they're just flashing the ID like that, I guess like if they're concerned that they're going to get doxxed by weird sovereign citizens, that makes sense. Like, I get that. Yeah. But at the same time, like, if you're going to choose to work for the TV licensing authority, you should be, like, prepared for this. You should be prepared to be viewed as a class traitor, because that's what you are. You know what I mean? Yeah, you feel good about yourself, like fucking getting people fined and thrown in prison for like not paying a TV license. Completely absurd. Completely absurd. I'm not really worried about like that guy's information getting leaked on my stream because there's just no way anyone can fucking see this shit because it's so blurry and so bad.
Or the camera. Anybody can make them IDs. I am not accepting anything.
That's fine.
I am not accepting anything for you. Leave it right. Okay, for the camera thrown in there. He's now leaving. Do not
Yeah,
risk
that
the
guy might be
contract
from
with you.
the TV licensing agency. Yeah, okay, you don't need to
can
follow
follow
him
you
down the
around.
fucking street.
You're in a public place. I can film where I want. I can do whatever I want. Phone the police. There's not a thing you can do about it.
It's so British, this shit. This is the most British shit in the world. It's infuriating to see people in the very broad moral right in the most annoying way possible. Hard to articulate why. Also, why does he have a shopping trolley? I mean, look, I'm not about to have a fucking go at someone for having a shopping trolley. You know what I mean? Some people need that shit. Some people can't afford cars to like move house and shit like that. Maybe someone's moved recently. They just happen to find an already vandalized and stolen shopping trolley in a river or something, and it's like, all right, I'll use that. Who knows? But I agree wholeheartedly with like, yeah, these people are morally correct, but they're being so fucking annoying about it, right? They're being so, it's like, this is reactionary. It's reactionary, the way that they're like talking to people, innit? It's with the confidence of a cisgender heterosexual white man, innit? Because they're working class, right? They know that they're being oppressed. They know that people are coming around knocking on houses. They're trying to like fuck people over, do scams, shit like this. They know that this stuff happens, right? But also, generally speaking, if it's like the TV licensing guy, they also know that this is like exploitation, annoying bullshit. Fuck off, get out of my house. But they got that privilege, haven't they? They've got that fucking privilege. Yeah? And I think that's what it is. I think it's the privilege. I think it's the privilege in which he's been able to like do this without fear of retribution, right?
You're on camera, mate. You'll be shown. YouTube. Yay!
It's just so funny. There's a lot of abandoned shopping trolleys about. Yeah, defo. Applause. There's definitely not applause happening. Why is he filming himself going back home? Come on, you could have cut this. Mr. Jones, you could have cut this. Was this like a Ring camera? Have people really been jailed over this? Yes. TV licensing. 2/3 of women jailed for TV license. Almost 2/3 of women's convictions are for not paying the TV license fee. He gestured to the man to put his letter there, like that was where he put his mail. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Bit weird. Yeah, he wants to put it in there. He doesn't want him to put it through the door. It's the non-payment of fines, right? Because at that point it goes from civil to criminal. Women almost 10 times more likely to be convicted for not paying TV license than men. No, it's literally just like not paying the license, even if you don't have a TV in the property or whatever. Women are 10 times more likely to be convicted for not paying the £157 annual fee than men. Growing numbers of women then being slapped with criminal records. Ministry of Justice data shows the ministry's report admits the chief reason why so many women wind up being prosecuted is because they're more likely to open the door to inspectors. Because women are literally just like nicer people. And again, also, a lot of them are like migrant women, vulnerable women who like, you know, they don't want to not open the door. Because if they, like, don't open the door and it's, like, the immigration guy or whatever, like, they're terrified of any kind of, like, shit, if I break the law, I'm going to get put in prison, I'm going to get deported, you know? So, but then they get put in prison anyway. So, not necessarily the non-payment of fines, actually just, like, the non-payment of the license fee. And, you know, they'll come in and they'll argue that like, oh, they had a TV. You can have a TV and not pay a TV license. It's not about having a TV. It's about watching BBC content. That's what it is. It's nothing to do with like, you know. So it's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. The TV license is different to any other service. Yeah, it fully is. It fully is. Which is why it's completely fucked. It's completely fucked. No one should be going to jail for not paying the TV license. You know? That was my mum's mentality. Barely open the door for anyone out of fear. Yeah, it's fucked. It's completely fucked. Anyway, there you go. Big gaming screen. Haven't watched BBC Live or on catch up for in years. It's not worth the cost. Yeah. Yeah. Agoraphobic enough that if I'm not expecting a parcel or someone coming around, I won't answer the door. Yeah, fair enough. Is this just like a video of someone... Me from upstairs window, hello?
Hello, mate. It's not a problem. Depending on what it is here. I've been speaking to someone that lives here. I've been speaking to someone that lives here to live here. Possibly, but I can't say. Look.
I don't think that's true. Speaking it through the window, I know. Are you from TV licensing? Possibly. I can't say. I don't think they're allowed to do that. I don't. If he is from TV licensing, I don't think they're allowed to say possibly. I can't say. So you know, deceiving members of the public. How are they supposed to know it's safe to open the door to them? How absurd! Completely absurd.
Pardon? We're not allowed to stay until the speaking to live here, that's all. Okay, so if you do and you get an live TV, you know you can get £1,000 fine.
This is awful, by the way, when they say and you get live TV. Like, no, it's live BBC TV. It's not live TV. ITV is not funded by fucking TV license fees. You know. Channel 4 is funded by some stuff, and of course BBC 1, BBC 2 is. Channel 5 certainly isn't. Yeah? And also, like, other live TV services that are like Freeview. You know how many ads are on that shit? TV license, they're not getting TV license money. Complete bollocks. Complete fucking bollocks. A lot of odd people come around here. Got someone selling exorcism services come around a few weeks ago. Yeah, I need one of them, actually. So, you know, that's a good service, actually. So, there you go.
Really?
Hey, Solar Juice, they think of themselves as spies. It's okay for them to lie. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think that guy was definitely from the TV licensing. Yeah, because he just got off. It is for any channel. Is that right? For some reason? Let's have a look. TV licensing. Any... Can I... Hang on. Let's Google, can I watch any live channel... that isn't BBC and not pay a license. They say you have equipment that can receive BBC and that's enough. No, it's here. It's literally on the actual website. You don't need a TV license if you only ever watch on-demand programs or any TV service apart from BBC iPlayer. Oh! You don't need a TV license to watch videos or clips on demand on YouTube, but you do need a TV license if you watch TV programs live on YouTube. So TV programs, like what are they what are they saying TV programs are? Watch or record live TV on any channel or service. Yeah, but like, here's the thing. Like, you know what I mean? Live on YouTube. What do you mean? Like, what constitutes a TV channel? Like, can people get done for not having a TV license if they're watching me stream on YouTube or Twitch? Do you know what I mean? It's not clear. It's not clear enough, is it? Really? The rule is whether you're watching live TV on a television, computer, tablet, games, consoles, smartphone, or any other. So hang on a minute. What counts as live TV, RE TV license? TV license covers you to watch or record TV on any channel on any TV service like Sky, Virgin Media, and Freeview. Watch live on streaming. So you can't watch any of this stuff. You can't watch any of that stuff. That doesn't even make sense. That's literally like fake Britain, normal island nonsense stuff. Hey, low-key human, what's going on? So if I watch Die Hard, do I have to pay TV license because it's a Christmas movie that plays on TV? Right, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense, does it? It's absolutely bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. This is literally like, you know, when like Americans take the mick out of us and they say, have you got a license for that, mate? It's like literally this is what's happening. Yeah, you pay for Sky. You pay for Sky. If you just get Freeview, I think you have to get, unless you're some kind of TV engineering expert, they say that you have the equipment you need to receive BBC and they'll fine you anyway. Yeah, but like you could not have like the coax cables coming into your gaff or whatever. Like some places actually don't have those nowadays. Like some flats that are built actually don't have coax cables like coming into the gaff. They don't have like an antenna on the roof to get TV. So even if you don't have a TV, the bailiffs can come over and accuse you for watching BBC and not paying the TV license. Yeah. But again, you don't have to answer the door to them because they don't have any actual like you know, right to use force to enter the property. So again, it's like, well, you just don't let them in. You can't get done for not letting them in. There's no law against that, you know? So there you go.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Could you get digital and only watch BBC online? No, I think that's literally what they're talking about. Like, you can't watch BBC iPlayer, you can't watch any of that stuff, you know? As in on the TV, but through the net. Yeah, I guess that they could argue that you could do that. Yeah, they could argue that you could do that. You can watch, like, BBC iPlayer, and I think you get to watch, like, live. Yeah, you'd still need a TV license to watch that. Yeah. For real. Yeah, it's fucked. It's completely fucked. It's completely insane.
Mr. McCulloch?
No.
All right. Does he live here?
Why?
I need to
You
speak
know
to
what's happening here, do you?
What's that?
YouTube.
Right, yeah. Well, we need to speak to Mr. McCulloch.
Well, you can't come in here. Speak to him here. Have you got any identification? Who are you?
I have my Mr. Bird TV licensing, and you're Mr. Who am I speaking to, please?
I'm not telling you.
Okay. That's me. Okay, no. So we don't have a TV license listed here, sir.
Don't you?
No.
Oh, well.
Do you have a TV?
What's different, Samick? Do I need a TV license?
If you've got a TV that works, that can receive...
that what?
Just
be very careful now what you say.
Yeah, all right. As I'm saying, if you've got a TV that can receive live broadcasts, you need a TV license.
Well, we haven't.
You haven't. Are you not prepared to show me?
Yeah.
You are prepared to show me?
Give me £145.
What is that for?
To let you in. That's the admission fee.
Oh, right, okay then. I think I'll pass on that one, mate.
Okay, don't blame me.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Thanks very much.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, Jane, this is
How's about we go off with a good old oldie for a change?
Thank you.
What is fucking going on? What is that? Are they like added that voice in to try and make it funny or something? It's just very jarring and I don't know what he's saying. What is happening? What is that? Least objectionable one so far. Like, this is like, okay. You know what I mean? And all they're going to do is they're going to write down that like this guy refused entry to the property. And that'll probably won't go any further because it's like, you know, that's it. Like, what are they going to do? They're going to apply to the courts. to like charge this guy with like refusing entry to a not a policeman to the property of your gaff. Like, it's just fucking stupid. The cost of TV license does not change depending on where you are. It's always 150 quid a year, and they try and get you to pay it 150 pound. Well, it's more like £160. They try and get you to pay £160 in one go every year. So in January, it's always like, oh, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have the dough for it. You don't have the dough for it if you're working class. It's just after Christmas. It's actually one of the most disgusting parts about living in England. UK, sorry. It's the same fee unless you have a certain exemptions, including 2/3 reduction for having a black and white TV. Yeah, 2/3 reduction for having a black and white TV. Insane. Completely absurd. I know, it's loads of dough. It's loads of dough. It's like £10 a month. So, you know, why would you fucking, you know, pay a TV license when you can just pay like Amazon Prime and watch stuff on demand? It's like, shut up. Fuck off. Anyway, I don't need to change that. This is fine.
Yes. Take care now.
Yeah, he was defo.
Well, I just want to get your edge, you know. Well, I'll walk with you because I just want to make sure you're insured for business use, you know.
This fucking sovereign. The reason this guy's laughing is the reason that everybody else is laughing. I want to make sure you're insured for business use. What are you talking about, dude? The guy's gone. Just go back in your gaff. Yeah, the following is where I lose them. Yeah, the following is where I lose them. Yeah. Isn't BBC funded by taxpayers' money too? No, funded by... Well, yeah, funded by TV license and taxpayers' money, I think. I think you're right, actually. Doesn't even sound like you're getting anything for the fee too. Here's what you get for paying your TV license, yeah? You get... apparently Freeview channels that are all dog shit. I had fucking Freeview for years and years and years on my tellies, yeah. In every house I've been in, I've had Freeview, and it's like, it's fucking shit. I'll never forget how blissfully, like, you know, offline I was before I started watching like YouTube and shit like that. I would just go outside and do other stuff because Freeview was so bad. The only like thing that I used to watch on Freeview was like Family Guy on BBC Three before I realized like just how bad it was. And that didn't last for long because it got pretty bad pretty quick. Then BBC content is garbage. You know, it's just shit. Preview channels where the best one is like E4. You can watch reruns of Seinfeld at 2 a.m. Yeah. BBC Three doesn't even exist anymore. Yeah. I can't even believe I used to live with 5 TV channels only. Yeah, right. Remember them days? BBC 1, BBC 2, ITV, or like was it called Granada? I think it was called Granada back then. Yeah, literally the ultimate scam. The ultimate scam. Pay TV license to watch TV channels that show ads every 15 minutes. Ultimate scam. It's such a scam. Prove I've been watching TV, bro. 400 channels and nothing on. It's so shit. It's so shit. Britain is a joke of a country. It's such a joke of a country. If you weren't watching the Red Planet episode with Jess on it last night, go and watch it. Do you know what I mean? I would just watch Doctor Who on streaming, which I can't in Canada, but I assume you can in the UK. Yeah, you could get that on like BBC iPlayer. But like, I'm not interested in Doctor Who. I'm not going to be doing that. So, yeah. Thank you for the follow, by the way. All right, let's crack on.
No, you know, your car's got to be insured for business use.
That's correct, and it is, and it's checked every month.
Well, I'm just going to check it out myself, to be honest with you.
But, like, why? What are you going to do, bro? What, are you a cop? Like, this is where they lose us, right? This is where it becomes objectionable, like people are saying in the chat. When people are, like, fucking... You know, going, I just need to check your fucking day. Like, it turns, like, you know what? You either hate cops or you don't. Yeah? You don't tell the BBC TVT licensing man to fuck off and then, like, you know, become a cop. Like, become the TV licensing guy. Like, where you're going to, like, well, you dob him into the insurance for not being insured for business use. Come on, man. Yeah, that's right. Channel 3 was regional. Oh my God, it was regional, wasn't it? That's why it was Granada up here, because in the Northwest it was Granada TV. I'd fucking forgotten about that. I guess it was called, what was it called? Like, what was it called down south? Terrestrial telly. Tom is being absurdly cute, by the way, at the minute. Look at that little fella. Look at him there. What's he dreaming about? What's he dreaming about? You know, chat, like, having a cat is very interesting because I never thought it would be like this, in sort of like asterisks. But it's like, he's very, it's very rewarding that, like, he feels comfortable to, like, sleep around me and stuff like that, despite him having, you know, been moved from home to home to home to home and stuff like that. Yeah. It just feels good. You know? It feels good. We had ATV Midlands. Oh my God. In Birmingham, ATV Midlands. Why watch TV when there's a cat? It's very true. Very true. Anyway, sorry. Just distracted by my cat there. Anyway, let's crack on.
You can't do that. I can.
How do you do that?
Because I've got a brother that works in an insurance company.
Yeah, what does that make?
Well, he'll put
Hey, Cicero Fields, how's it going?
Computer.
Yeah, but he's not allowed to do
ATV was rubbish, yeah. Granada was pretty crap as well.
Well, if it comes back then...
You're not allowed to go...
There's a map on Wikipedia of the different Channel 3s. Channel 3 Terrestrial UK. Huh? Why does it come up with ITV3? Would it just be like Terrestrial TV UK? Terrestrial TV UK. Have you got a link? Tomuel, can you drop a link in the chat for me, please? Hey, Aronok, what's up? Good to see you. I think in the south it was called Meridian. That also rings a bell. Oh, yeah, let's have a look here now. ITV TV network. So, wait, hang on a minute. I might have to copy and paste this. Hold up. Copy, paste. Oh, it's the same one. All right, so. Oh my God, here it is. Here it is. This is crazy, chat. This is absolutely mental. Right, this is what we used to have in the UK. So you just wouldn't get, like, any Channel 3 in the Highlands. You're taking the piss. In the Highlands of Scotland. And, like, in Wales, vast regions of Wales, you just wouldn't get Channel 3. What the fuck are you on about? What are you on about? Is that really... is that really what that is? Okay, yeah, so we had Granada. I don't remember ABC North at all. You know? I don't fucking remember that whatsoever. They had Tyne Tees in the northeast, Border, sort of like Carlisle and up there. Then you had Scottish Channel 3, Grampian, up around like Dundee and Aberdeen and all that. And then Ulster, obviously, in Northern Ireland. Teledu Cymru, TWW in Bristol and that. Westward in Cornwall, Devon. Southern, Associated Rediffusion, ATV London. Anglia TV. Mental. Absolutely bizarre. What the fuck is that about? Hey, Lego 2x4, how's it going? Yeah, this is a map. Okay, so for people just coming in, especially people who aren't British or even are British but are not old enough to remember when this was a thing, Channel 3, yeah, on like just the normal TV that you could get out of the cable coming in from the antenna in your gaff, right? Channel 3, like where I live in the north, it was called Granada. But then everywhere else it had all these different names, but it was like essentially the same programming. So weird. So fucking weird. I remember we never got Channel 5 because we couldn't get the signal for it. It was like some secret hidden channel. There was one in Manchester called Channel M. Yeah. Fucking hell, Channel M. Now this is the one like Freeview channel that I used to watch. This was like local TV broadcasting in Manchester. It was ridiculous. Channel M. My God. Channel M was a regional television station in England which broadcast to the Greater Manchester area between 2000 and 2012. Station, originally Manchester Student Television, was owned and operated by GMG Regional Media Division of Guardian Media Group. So this was ridiculous. This was like one of the best things that I used to watch all the time. I used to get super fucking high and watch this shit when I was like a teenager, and at like 2 a.m. it would have this test card. I wonder if this is on YouTube. Oh my God. Oh my God, amazing. This used to be what was on it at like 2 a.m.
And walk in thingy, so just tell us when we're rolling. Oh, I've just moved that now. I just touched it and it went down. Let me sit back.
So like what would happen? What would happen is, yeah, you would be like, maybe like, because here's the thing. I'm trying to like take you back into like the time machine of like what it was like to be like a Brit in like the 2000s. So you'd be there watching telly, you'd be like whatever, like stoned with your mates at your mate's house, like maybe they're having the parents are away or something and you've had a party and all that, and then like you'd just be chilling and the telly would be on in the background, and then every TV station would end at like maybe 12 or 2 or 3 in the morning with a test card, and it'd be like a clown sitting on a thing, or like a little girl holding a clown next to like the thing, and it would be used for TV engineers to test the signal quality, right? So that's what it was for. So all the various things, if they were like the right colors and shit like that, do you know what I mean? Yeah. They would use that to test the signal on the TV. So that's called a test card. And what would happen would be, this would come on at like 2 a.m. and it would just be like a boo, like a sine wave tone, like a continuous sine wave tone, like when you put the phone down on like an analog phone. Obviously that was with digital phones either. But so that would happen, and then it would be nothing. It would just be like that for hours. You would turn on different channels and it would have that on, or maybe it'd be only on for like an hour or something. Then it would just be static. But you know, this is not like a public access channel. You could go to like Channel M, like the studio, and you could like ask to go on a show, or you could like talk to people on a show, or you could like, you know, ask to be interviewed. You could like, you know, do stuff like this. I used to see there used to be all kinds of interviews that were on Channel M. It was like I think it was very politicized. It was very about like student action, environmental action, stuff like this. Just stuff that's going on in Manchester. Like there'd be like a lot of stuff about council houses on there, developments in the city centre, all this kind of stuff. Music would be on there. They would have like local Manchester bands on there, which was really good. So that shit was pretty fucking cool. But so yeah, what would be, you know, the first time we put like Channel M on because we discovered it and it had all this music on. That was why I used to watch it, because I think late at night it was the music segment, and it'd have like music videos from like Manchester bands, and I'd be like, whoa, I've never heard of these, amazing. And then, you know, you'd be just like chilling with your mates, super high, and then this would come on, and it would be like, what? And so Frank Sidebottom, this guy here in the funny big head, he was a local Manchester comedian. And the stuff he did was never like cringe or bad from what I can remember. It was never any like racism or stuff like that. But it was just very like weird stuff. And so, like, a lot of his stuff would be just, like, improving on this piano and shit.
Right, I won't touch it this time.
You'd be
Right,
so scared
are
if
we
you saw
ready?
this while high. Yeah. For real. That was my first reaction.
Are we rolling?
This is ringing a bell, yeah. This was quality shit. Like, you know, Frank was my boy. He kept me company. Yeah? He kept me company in the dark nights of ADHD, undiagnosed ADHD sleep delay syndrome, you know? I always thought he was creepy. Yeah, me too to begin with, yeah. He was looking after me back in the days.
Let's
Mel Brooks in it.
The test card quickly. No time to lose. Well, plenty of time to... All night to lose. Ooh, ooh. Hold on, I've not got him.
So what he's doing is a parody of the test card. That's literally the joke here. The joke here is like, right, get the test card ready, because it would literally be like a little girl. Let me try and find an image of it, like UK test card. It just blows my mind that like people never ever saw this. It's absolutely bizarre to me that some people have never ever seen one of these. But this shit, you think this is creepy? This is what used to come up on like quote unquote regular channels. This image haunted me for like a lot of my life. Like that clown's face, not cool, not a fan of it. Yeah, there was more than one of the Frank Sidebottom test card. Yeah, they used to go like da 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 da. Yeah. Yeah, this is freaky as fuck. I hate this shit. It's not cool. I don't like looking at it. It brings back nightmares. Like when you see this as a kid as well, when you see it as a kid and you're like, oh my God, I've stayed up too late. Because, you know, like your mum, your parents or your guardians would always be like, make sure you go to bed on time. Bad things happen when you stay up. You know, these like nebulous statements about like going to sleep on time. Yeah? Going to sleep on time. Don't go to sleep on time. Bad things happen. Bad things come out at night and you're like, oh, I don't know. And then one day you're like, I don't believe him. I'm going to stay up and I'm going to watch the TV and blah, 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 blah. And then you do it and then this shit turns up. And all that comes with it is this. So like you would like be watching TV and it'd be like, okay, good night, everyone. And so the TV presenter is also saying good night. Like the TV's literally saying good night, everybody. God save the Queen, blah, 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 whatever the fuck it was. I can't remember if there was any like bizarre stuff with it. But then you would just like see this and hear this. Like fucking terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. You know? So that's what this is like sort of making a joke out of. He's got little Frank with him, little fella there. Yeah, Tom woke up, didn't he? Yeah. Tom, what's going on?
Oh, is that right now? Oh, oh, oh.
So we would like make the joke of like sitting there for as long as possible and then just absolutely mad. Absolutely fucking mad. Anyway, listen, chat. We've had a little bit of a laugh looking at UK gooning content. Maybe we'll check out some more of that tomorrow. Yeah, maybe we'll check out some more of that tomorrow. We've done it now. We've unlocked the cat cam. Tommy 2 times. There he is. Big yawn from him there. He's had enough of that. He's had a fucking enough of that. He's like, get the fuck, I've done my time. That's it. You're not getting me on that fucking stream again. Anyway, we've done it. Very, very, very cool. Saw some Goon content, took a trip down memory lane. Yeah, Gooning will do that to you. It'll do it to you. Listen, chat, there's going to be 24 hours without me, your boy, but don't forget I'm on loads of different socials. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on Instagram. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Patreon. I'm on another YouTube channel that does VODs, and I'm also on TikTok. So please, please, please go and follow me there, especially TikTok. Need 1,000 followers on TikTok so I could go live on TikTok, because that'll be very fun and very entertaining, won't it, for everybody involved? It'll also help me grow as a streamer, content creator, etc. Don't worry though, the party is not over. I am going to go to, thanks for stream, thanks chat, thanks mods. Yeah, what fucking mods? There was literally not one mod here today, and that's fine. They're not obligated to be here, but today there were no mods. Well, thanks to the mods in general. Yeah, I agree. It's important. It's important to thank the mods anyway. Listen, we're going to go ahead and, yeah, we're going to raid someone. Let me just find someone to raid real quick. It won't be long. We're going to support our wonderful friend. It's Kira Chats. Please, please, please come with me to Kira's stream. She is an absolutely amazing streamer. You're going to love her chat. You're going to love her content. If you've never hung out with Kira before, what are you doing with your life? You know, if you don't know Kira and you know me, what's going on there? What's that about? You should know. Both of us, we're on Red Planet together. We're kind of like a team, you know? Anyway, join me as we raid into Kira's stream. She is currently, I think, just like talking about Palestinian resistance. So let's head over there and show her some love. Thank you so much, everybody, today for all the support. Thank you for all the donos. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the chats. Thank you so much for the lurkers. Thank you so much for lurking. If you've been watching this on the VOD channel, please, please, please consider liking, sharing, subscribing, commenting as well. It all helps me out. And thank you so much for watching over there as well. See you in the next stream. Mwah! Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace.